so glad to be here. Oh man, another day. Oh, yeah. Good morning. How you doing? I am. I'm doing okay. That's all I can say. I cannot complain whatsoever. But yeah, I'm checking my audio levels and hoping everything is all right. Looking around, trying to get my Mad Magazine squared away. Oh yeah, I forgot it was Sherlock Sholmes. Uh-oh, there goes Sherlock Sholmes' arch enemy, Artie Morty, firing at Sholmes' shadow on the shade. However, the shadow on the shade is in reality a plaster bust disguised as Sherlock Sholmes to confuse Artie Morty. Ye Gads Cafe. However, the statue bust is in reality Sherlock Sholmes disguised as a statue bust to further confuse Artie Morty. Sholmes, old man, are you all right? By Jove, what luck! Artie Morty, in firing through the study window, completely missed this, which is indeed a statue bust disguised to throw a shadow of Sholmes on the shade. Wrong again, what's it? You have deduced rightly enough that Artie Morty, in firing through the window, completely missed the statue bust disguised to throw a shadow of me on the shade of the study window. Unfortunately, it was not the study window that Artie Morty fired through. It was the living room window. Oh, man. All right. I don't know. Something is up with my audio, and I'm trying to see what it is, but I'm not. Okay, I restarted my interface. But it's like something is going on with my monitor that's different. Of course, you can hear the fan blowing it because it's still not got to be winter over here. I hate having to have that fan blowing, but there it is. Welcome to Funky Town. Let's see how my book is going in terms of audio.
So many riches, so many wonders, so many unknown regions, all daily increased the enthusiasm of the Crusaders. At length the fleet arrived at the entrance of the Bosphorus, and cast anchor in the port of St. Stephen,
That sounds pretty good. I'm in the mood for that. Now, checking it out. I'm checking it out. I got it figured out. I got it figured out. It's good points and bad points. It all works out. And I'm gonna freak out. Find a city, find myself a city to live in. I will find a city and find myself a city to live in. Yeah, man. Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. All right, now I'm getting let's see. I got 10 minutes to showtime, so I'm gonna make some modifications of the situations. Let's see. Alright, so I'm doing a little bit of test here. A little bit of test. Let's see if it comes through. Alright, so I'm doing a little bit of more tests. We're going to see if my levels are coming through alright. 3 minutes and counting. Getting ready to start.
Stephen, 3 leagues from the capital of the Greek Empire. Then the city of Constantinople, of which they were about to effect the conquest, broke full upon the view of the Crusaders. 89, bathed on the south by the waves of the Propontis, on the east by the Bosphorus, and on the north by the gulf that serves as its port, it presented a spectacle at once magnificent and formidable. A double enclosure of walls surrounded it in a circumference of more than 7 leagues. A vast number of splendid buildings, whose roofs towered above the ramparts, appeared to proclaim the Queen of Cities. The shores of the Bosphorus to the Euxine in 81, to the Hellespont, resembled an immense phobos, or one continued line of gardens. The cities of Chalcedon and Scutari, built on the Asiatic shore, and Galata, placed at the extremity of the Gulf, appeared in the distance, and crowned the immense and magnificent picture which lay before the warlike hosts of the Crusaders. Constantinople, situated between Europe and Asia, between the archipelago and the Black Sea, joins together the two seas and the two continents. In the times of its splendor, it held at its pleasure the gates of commerce open or shut. Its port, which received the vessels of all the nations of the world, deserved to be termed by the Greeks the Golden Horn, or the Horn of Abundance. Like ancient Rome, Constantinople extended over 7 ascents, and, like the city of Romulus, it sometimes bore the name of the City of the Seven Hills. In the times of the Crusades, its walls and its towers were compared to those of Babylon. Its deep ditches were converted at will into a large and rapid lake, and the city could, at the least signal, be surrounded by waters, and separated from the continent. The monarch who founded it reigned over all the known nations of the world, and in the execution of its designs he had the advantage of making the arts and sciences of Greece concur with the genius and power of the Romans.
Oh no.
Not content with employing the beautiful marbles of the isles of the archipelago, he caused materials to be transported from the extremities of Europe and Asia. All the cities of the Roman Empire, Athens, and Rome itself, were spoiled of their ornaments to embellish the new city of the Caesars. Several of the successors of Constantine had repaired the edifices that were crumbling into ruins, and had erected fresh monuments in Constantinople, which in its temples, upon its public places, and around the walls, everywhere recalled the memory of 20 glorious reigns. The city was divided into 14 quarters. It had 32 gates. It contained within its bosom circuses of immense extent, 500 churches, among which Saint Sophia claimed attention as one of the wonders of the world, and 5 palaces, which themselves looked like cities in the midst of the great city. More fortunate than its rival Rome, the city of Constantine had never beheld the barbarians within its walls. It 82, preserved with its language the depository of the masterpieces of antiquity, and the accumulated riches of the East and the West. It would be difficult to paint the enthusiasm, the fear, the surprise that took possession of the minds of the Crusaders at the aspect of Constantinople. 90. The leaders landed, and passed one night in the Abbey of St. Stephen. This night was employed in anxious deliberation upon what they had to do. At one time they resolved to land upon the Isles. Then they determined to make a descent upon the continent. In the very same instant they drew back in terror and gave themselves up to a wild joy. They could not come to any fixed determination, but changed their plans and their projects 1,000 times. At daybreak Dandolo, Boniface, Baldwin, and the Count de Blois ordered all the standards of the army to be unfurled. The escutcheons and coats of arms of the counts and knights were ranged along the vessels, 91, to display the military pomp of the West and recall to the warriors the valor of their ancestors. The signal was given to the fleet, which entered into the canal, and, driven on by a favorable wind, passed close to the walls of Constantinople. An immense population, 92, who only the day before were ignorant of the arrival of Latins, crowded the ramparts and covered the shore. The warriors of the West, clad in complete armor, 93, stood erect upon the decks 83 of their vessels. 94, some stones and arrows were launched from the towers and fell upon the ships. There was no heart, says Villehardouin, so bold as not to be moved. For never was so great an affair undertaken. Every warrior turned his eye towards his sword, thinking the time was come in which to make use of it. The Crusaders fancied that in the crowd of spectators they beheld the defenders of Constantinople. But the capital of the empire was only defended by the memory of its past glory, and by the respect of the nations ignorant of its weakness. Of true soldiers the imperial army only mustered 2,000 Pisans, who despised the Greeks, and the troop of Varangians, mercenary soldiers from the northern parts of Europe, with whose origin and country the Greeks themselves were scarcely acquainted. 95. The Crusaders made a descent upon the Asiatic shore of the Bosphorus, pillaged the city of Chalcedon, and established themselves in the palace and gardens in which the Emperor Alexius had so long forgotten his own dangers and those of his empire. At the approach of the Venetian fleet, this prince had retreated to Constantinople, where, like the 84th last king of Babylon, he continued to live amidst pleasures and festivities, without reflecting that he had been judged, and that his hour was nearly come. His courtiers, in the intoxication of the banquet, celebrated his power and proclaimed him invincible. Amidst the pomp that surrounded him, and which appeared to him a rampart against the attacks of his enemies, he, in his speeches, insulted the simplicity of the Latins, and believed he had conquered them because he had called them barbarians. When he saw the Crusaders masters of his palace and gardens, he began to entertain some degree of fear, and sent an Italian named Rossi, with orders to salute the lords and barons. "The Emperor, my master," said the envoy of Alexius, "knows that you are the most puissant and most noble princes among those who do not wear crowns. But he is astonished that you should have come to bring war into a Christian empire. When he proclaims that your design is to deliver the Holy Land from the yoke of the Saracens. The Emperor applauds your zeal, and solicits the honor of being associated with your enterprise. He is ready to assist you with all his power. But if you do not quit his states, he shall feel obliged to direct against you the forces he would willingly have employed in your cause and in that of Christ. Accept, then, the generous offers that he makes to you by me. But do not believe that this pacific language is dictated by fear. The Emperor Alexius reigns over Greece by the love of his people as well as by the will of God. With one single word he could gather around him innumerable armies, disperse your fleet and your battalions, and close against you forever the routes to the east." The envoy of the Emperor thus terminated his speech without naming either Isaac or young Alexius. Conon de Bethune, 96, who answered for the leaders of the army, was astonished that the brother of Isaac should dare to speak as master of the empire, and that he had not thought fit to attempt to justify a parricide which had roused the indignation of all Christian nations. "Go and tell your 85, master," said the orator of the Crusaders, addressing the Emperor's envoy, "go and tell him that the earth we tread upon does not belong to him, but that it is the heritage of the prince you see seated amongst us. If he be desirous of knowing the motive that brings us hither, let him ask his own conscience, and remember the crimes he has committed. A usurper is the enemy of all princes. A tyrant is the enemy of the whole human race. He who sent you has but one means of escaping the justice of heaven and of men. That is, to restore to his brother and his nephew the throne he has wrested from them, and implore the pity of those same princes towards whom he has been so merciless. In that case we promise to add our prayers to his supplications, and to procure for him, with his pardon, the means of passing his life in a repose far preferable to the splendor of an usurped sovereignty. But if he is not willing to act justly, if he is inaccessible to repentance, tell him we disdain his threats as we do his promises, and that we have no time to waste in listening to ambassadors." This vehement reply was an actual declaration of war, and left the emperor no hope of either seducing or intimidating the Crusaders. The lords and barons were, however, astonished that the Greeks took no notice of young Alexius, and that the cause they came to promote found no partisans in the city of Constantinople. They resolved to ascertain the inclinations of the people. A galley, on board of which was the son of Isaac, was brought close to the walls of the capital. 97, Boniface in Dandolo held up the young prince, whilst a herald at arms repeated in a loud voice these words, "Behold the heir of the throne. Acknowledge your sovereign. Have pity on him and on yourselves." The Greeks assembled in the ramparts remained motionless. Some answered by insulting language, others maintained a sullen silence. Whilst the Crusaders were thus making a last attempt to preserve peace, the most horrible tumult reigned in the interior of the city. The presence of the Latins irritated the multitude. They assembled in the public places. They excited each other to 86, vengeance. The people ran to the quarter of the Franks, demolished several houses, and gave the rest up to pillage. A great number of Latins, threatened with loss of life, immediately sought an asylum in the camp of the Crusaders. Their presence, their accounts, their complaints, fired the easily kindled indignation of the knights and barons. From that moment the leaders saw no hopes but in the chance of war and in the protection of the heaven that had confided to their hands the cause of innocence and misfortune. 80 knights succeeded in putting to flight a numerous body of troops that the emperor had sent across the Bosphorus. The Greek commanders, says Nicetas, were more timid than deer, and did not dare to resist men whom they called exterminating angels, statues of bronze, which spread around terror and death. The Crusaders, however, had great cause to fear that the Greeks, recovered from their first panic, might become aware of the small number of their enemies, and succeed in overwhelming them by their multitudes. They resolved, therefore, to take advantage of the fear they had inspired, and gave their whole attention to forward the preparations for attacking enemies that had provided nothing for their defense. The Christian army assembled at Chrysopolis, Scutari 98, and beheld full in front of them the capital of the Greek Empire. After having put to flight some troops sent out to follow the march or skirmish with them, the leaders mounted on horseback and deliberated in full assembly on the plan of action best to be pursued. They decided that the army should cross the canal of the Bosphorus and encamp under the walls of Constantinople. Then, says Velarduin, the bishops and the clergy addressed their remonstrances to all those at the camp, exhorting them to confess themselves and make their testaments, for they did not know the hour at which it might please God to call them, and do his will by them. Which they did very willingly, and with great zeal and devotion. When all was ready, and the Crusaders had invoked the protection of heaven by their prayers, the signal for departure was given. The war horses, saddled and covered with their long caparisons, were embarked 87, in the flat-bottomed boats. The knights stood erect near their horses, Talmon having lance in hand. The remainder of the troops went on board the large ships, each of which was towed by a galley. The army of the Greeks, commanded by the emperor in person, was drawn up in battle array on the opposite shore, and appeared disposed to dispute the passage of the Crusaders. All at once the vessels heaved their anchors to the sounds of trumpets and clarions. Every soldier, with his eyes fixed on Constantinople, swore to conquer or die. On approaching the shore, the barons and knights cast themselves into the sea, fully armed, and contended for the honor of first gaining the strand occupied by the Greeks. The archers and foot soldiers followed the example of the knights. In less than an hour the whole army was on the other side of the Bosphorus, and looked about in vain for an enemy over a plain they had so recently seen covered with arms and warriors. The army of Alexius took to flight. And, if we may believe a letter of the Countess St. Paul, the swiftest arrows of the Latins could scarcely overtake a few of the fugitives. The Crusaders, following up their advantage, found the camp of the Greeks abandoned, and plundered the tents of the emperor, without meeting with one of his soldiers. Night surprised them in the midst of their bloodless victory. And on the morrow they resolved to attack the fortress of Galata, which, erected upon the hill, commanded the port of Constantinople. From break of day the Greeks rushed in crowds to anticipate and surprise the Latins. At the first shock, Jos Davesens was wounded grievously, and placed hors de combat. The sight of his wound highly incensed the Flemish warriors, who precipitated themselves with fury into the melee. The Greeks were not able to withstand the impetuous attack of their enemies, and took to flight in great disorder. Some, hoping to find an asylum in the ships in the port, perished in the waves, whilst others fled bewildered to the citadel, into which the conquerors entered with the conquered. Whilst the French thus got possession of Galata, the Venetian fleet, which was drawn up in line of battle before Scutari, turned its prows towards the port of Constantinople. The entrance of the gulf was defended by an enormous chain of iron, and by 2088 galleys, which constituted the whole navy of the empire. The resistance of the Greeks was obstinate, but a vessel of extraordinary size, assisted by a favorable wind, struck the extended chain violently in its passage, and divided it with enormous shears of steel, which opened and shut by the operation of a machine. 99. The galleys of the Greeks were soon taken, or dispersed in fragments on the face of the waters, and the whole of the Venetian fleet rode in triumph into the port. It was then the Greeks were able to perceive what they had to dread from the invincible courage of these barbarians, who had till that period been the object of their contempt. The French, masters of Galata, divided their army into 6 great battles or divisions. Baldwin, who had under his orders a great number of archers and crossbowmen, led the van. The rear was composed of Lombards, Germans, and Franks, from countries near the Alps, commanded by the Marquis of Montferrat. The other 4 divisions, in which were ranged the Crusaders from Champagne, Burgundy, and the banks of the Seine in the Loire, had at their head Henry, brother of Baldwin, the Counts of St. Paul and Blois, and Matthew de Montmorency. This army advanced 100 towards the west of the city, without meeting with a single foe in its passage, and encamped between the gate of Bletcherny and the Tower of Bohemond. The Greeks, in a single battle, had lost the empire of the sea, and had no longer the power to defend the approach to their capital. The Venetian fleet cast anchor near the mouth of the river Barbaces. 101. The Venetians, masters of 89, the port, were secure from all surprise, and had no cause to fear being overpowered by numbers. If the whole army had been united on board the fleet, there is very little doubt it would have more easily triumphed over the efforts and multitudes of the Greeks, and it was the advice of the Doge that such should be the plan. But the knights and barons could not be prevailed upon to fight on an element with which they were unacquainted. And they answered, we quote Bellarduin, that they could not act so well upon the sea as they could upon the land, for they could have their horses and their arms. Their army, which did not muster 20,000 men under its banners, attacked without fear a city, which, according to the account of some historians, contained 1,000,000 of inhabitants, and more than 200,000 men able to bear arms. Before they began the assault, the Crusaders deemed it proper once more to invite the Greeks to make peace, by receiving the son of Isaac as emperor. And several barons drew near to the walls, crying with a loud voice that there was still time to listen to justice. Young Alexius was surrounded by the Latin leaders, and his presence among them explained sufficiently clearly the meaning of the words addressed to the inhabitants of Constantinople. Their only reply was hurling stones and javelins at the Crusaders. The people of Byzantium had been persuaded that young Alexius came for the purpose of changing the manners, religion, and laws of Greece. History ought to add here that since the intrigues of ambition and the caprices of fortune had enjoyed the privilege of bestowing masters upon them, the Greeks beheld with indifference the successions of power or the changes of their princes. The Greek nations had not forgotten that it was a revolution that lifted the family of Isaac to the imperial throne. With the impressions this family had left in their minds, the misfortunes and prayers of Alexius did not move them sufficiently to declare in his favor, or take arms to support his cause. Since they were obliged to choose between 2 new princes, he who was reigning amongst them appeared preferable to him who implored their aid. From that time the attention and efforts of the Crusaders 90 were solely directed to the prosecution of their perilous enterprise. Their camp, placed between the gate of Bletcherny and the castle of Bohemond, occupied but a very small space before walls many leagues in extent. Every day the Greeks made sorties. The country round was covered with the soldiers of the enemy. The army of the besiegers appeared to be themselves besieged by troops that were unceasingly renewed. Day and night the Crusaders were under arms, and had neither time to take their food nor refresh themselves by sleep. They had only provisions for 3 weeks, and could look for safety to nothing but a speedy victory. Nevertheless, they continued to fill up the ditches, and make their approaches to the ramparts. Ballistas, catapultas, rams, everything that could carry destruction and death into the city, were employed to second the bravery and indefatigable ardor of the besiegers. Without cessation, enormous masses fell with fearful crash from the tops of the walls. And such was the surprising power of the machines of war then in use, that the houses and palaces of Constantinople were often shaken to their foundations by stones launched from the camp of the Latins. 102. After 10 days of labor and fighting, the Crusaders determined to storm the city. On the morning of the 17th of July, 1203, the trumpets and clarions sounded the signal. The Count of Flanders, who commanded the attack, passed through the ranks, and directed the attention of his knights to the ramparts of Constantinople, as the road which would conduct them to an eternal glory. The army was immediately in motion, and every machine was directed against the walls. One tower, which had fallen in with a great crash, appeared to offer a passage to the troops of Baldwin. Ladders were planted, and the most intrepid contended for the honor of entering first into the city. But, this time, numbers prevailed over valor. A host of Greeks, encouraged by the presence of the Varangians and Pisans, hastened to the rampart, and overturned the ladders. 15 franc 91 warriors, braving stones, beams, and torrents of Greek fire, alone were able to maintain themselves on the walls, and yielded only after fighting with desperate valor. 2 of these intrepid warriors were led to the emperor, who watched the fight from the windows of the palace of Bloodshirny. Alexius had ceased to despise the Latins. And, in his fright, he had such an idea of their courage, that the sight of the 2 prisoners appeared to him a victory. At the same time the Venetians attacked the city by sea. Dandolo arranged his fleet in 2 lines. The galleys were in the first rank, manned by archers, and laden with machines of war. Behind the galleys advanced the large vessels, upon which were constructed towers exceeding the loftiest of the walls of Constantinople in height. At daybreak the contest began between the city and the fleet. The Greeks, armed with the Greek fire, the Venetians, covered with their armor, the ramparts and the vessels charged with 1,000 destructive instruments, cast from one to the other, by turns, terror, fire, and death. The incessant dashing of the oars, the shocks of the vessels against each other, the cries of the sailors and combatants, the hissing of the stones, javelins, and arrows, the Greek fire darting along the sea, seizing on the ships and boiling upon the waves, presented altogether a spectacle 1,000 times more fearful than that of a tempest. Amidst this horrible tumult, Henry Dandolo was heard, standing erect in his galley. He excited his troops, and, with a terrible voice, threatened to hang every man that did not land. The orders of the intrepid Doge were soon executed. The men of his galley took him in their
That's
arms
where
and bore
everybody
him
was. That
swiftly to
robot
the
was
shore,
killing them.
the standard of Saint Mark floating over him. At sight of this, the efforts of the crews of the other galleys were redoubled. All struck the shore, and the soldiers rushed forward to follow their venerable leader. The vessels, which had hitherto remained
Stole my
motionless,
vampire coins.
now advanced and placed themselves between the galleys, so that the whole fleet was extended in a single line before the walls of Constantinople, and presented to the terrified Greeks a formidable rampart raised upon the waters. The floating towers lowered their drawbridges upon the ramparts of the city, and whilst, at the foot of the walls, 10,000 arms planted ladders and battered with 92 rams, on the summit a fearful conflict was maintained with sword and lance. All at once the standard of Saint Mark appeared upon one of the towers, planted by an invisible hand. Upon seeing this the Venetians uttered a loud shout of joy, persuaded that their patron saint fought at their head. Their courage proportionally increased with the terror and despair of their enemies. The most intrepid cast themselves onto the walls, and soon 25 towers were in their possession. They pursued the Greeks into the city. But fearing to fall into some ambush or be overwhelmed by the people, crowds of whom filled the streets and covered the public places, they set fire to the houses as they came to them on their passage. The conflagration extended rapidly, 103, and drove before it the terrified and trembling multitude. Whilst the flames, preceding the conquerors, spread devastation on their path, and the greatest disorder prevailed in Constantinople, Alexius, pressed by the cries of the people, mounted on horseback, and ordered a sortie of the troops, by 3 different gates, to attack the French, who were less fortunate in this day's fight than the Venetians. The army conducted by the emperor was composed of 60 battalions. Clothed in all the marks of imperial dignity, Alexius rode along the ranks, animated his soldiers, and promised them victory. At his approach, the Crusaders abandoned the ramparts, and drew up in line of battle before their camp. 104. Villarduin admits that the bravest knights were, for a moment, seized with fear. Dandolo, who saw the danger in which the French were placed, abandoned his victory, and flew to their aid. But all the Crusaders united could not have resisted the imperial army if the Greeks, but more particularly their leaders, had shown a spark of courage. The troops of Alexius would not advance 93 nearer than within bow shot, and contented themselves with showering a multitude of arrows from a safe distance. The son-in-law of the emperor, Lascaris, of whose courage the Greeks and even the Latins boast, demanded with loud cries that the Crusaders should be attacked in their entrenchments. But he could not prevail upon Alexius, surrounded by base courtiers who endeavored to communicate their own alarms to him, and assured him that he had done enough for his glory in showing himself to his enemies. The Emperor, without having thought, ordered a retreat to be sounded, and his numerous troops, who still bore the name of Romans, and before whom the eagles of Rome were carried, returned with him into Constantinople. Every quarter of the capital resounded with lamentations and groans. The Greeks were more terrified at the cowardice of their defenders than by the bravery of their enemies. The people accused the army, and the army accused Alexius. The emperor, mistrusting the Greeks and dreading the Latins, now only thought of saving his own life. He abandoned his family, his friends, his capital. He embarked secretly in the darkness of night, and fled to seek a retreat in some obscure corner of his empire. When daylight informed the Greeks that they had no longer an emperor, the disorder and excitement of the city became excessive. The people assembled in the streets and freely discussed the errors and deficiencies of their leaders, the infamy of the favorites, and their own misfortunes. Now Alexius had abandoned his power. They remembered the crime of his usurpation, and 1,000 voices were raised to invoke the anger of heaven upon his head. Amidst the confusion and tumult, the wisest were at a loss what part to take, when the courtiers rushed to the prison in which Isaac languished, broke his chains, and led him in triumph to the palace of Bloodshirty. Although blind, he was placed upon the throne, and, whilst he believed himself to be still in the hands of his executioners, his ears were saluted with the unexpected accents of flattery. On seeing him again clothed in the imperial purple, the courtiers for the first time became affected by misfortunes he no longer endured. All denied having been partisans of Alexius, and related what vows they had put up for his cause. They next 94 sought out the wife of Isaac, whom they had forgotten, and who had lived in a retreat to which no one knew or had inquired the road during the preceding reign. Euphrosyne, the wife of the fugitive emperor, was accused of having endeavored to take advantage of the troubles of Constantinople, to clothe one of her favorites with the purple. She was cast into a dungeon, and reproached with all the evils that had fallen on her country, but most particularly with the lengthened miseries of Isaac. Such as had been loaded with favors by this princess, were conspicuous among her accusers, and pretended to make a merit of their ingratitude. In political troubles, every change is, in the eyes of the people, a means of safety. They felicitated themselves upon this new revolution in Constantinople. Hope revived in all hearts, and Isaac was saluted by the multitude with cries of joy and congratulation. Rumor soon carried to the camp all that had taken place in the city. At this news the council of the barons and knights was assembled in the tent of the Marquis of Montferrat, and they returned thanks to Providence, which in delivering Constantinople, had, at the same time, delivered them from the greatest dangers. But when they recollected having seen only on the preceding day the Emperor Alexius surrounded by an innumerable army, they could scarcely give faith to the miracle of his flight. The camp was, however, soon crowded with a multitude of Greeks, who came to relate the wonders of which they had been witnesses.
Thank you.
Many of the courtiers who had not been able to attract the attention of Isaac flocked to young Alexius, in the hope of securing his first favors. They returned warm thanks to heaven for having listened to the ardent vows they had put up for his return, and conjured him, in the name of his country and the empire, to come and share the honors and the power of his father. But all these testimonies could not persuade the Latins, so accustomed were they to mistrust the Greeks. The barons kept their army in the strictest order, and always prepared for battle, and then sent Matthew of Montmorency, Geoffrey de Villehardouin, and 2 Venetian nobles to Constantinople to ascertain the truth. 95. The deputies were directed to congratulate Isaac, if he had recovered his throne, and to require of him the ratification of the treaty made with his son. On arriving in Constantinople, they were conducted to the palace of Bloodshirty between 2 ranks of soldiers, who, the day before, had formed the bodyguard of Alexius, and who had just taken the oath to defend Isaac. The emperor received the deputies on a throne sparkling with gold and precious stones, and surrounded by all the splendor of eastern courts. "This is the manner," said Villehardouin, addressing Isaac, "in which the Crusaders have fulfilled their promises. It now remains with you to perform those that have been made in your name. Your son, who is with the lords and barons, implores you to ratify the treaty he has concluded, and commands us to say that he will not return to your palace until you have sworn to perform all he has promised us." Alexius had engaged to pay the Crusaders 200,000 silver marks to furnish their army with provisions for a year, to take an active part in the perils and labors of the Holy War, and to reduce the Greek Church to submission to that of Rome. When Isaac heard the conditions of the treaty, he could not forbear from expressing his surprise and pointing out to the deputies how difficult it must be to perform such promises. But he could deny nothing to his liberators, and thanked the Crusaders for not requiring more. 105. You have served us so well, added he, that if we were even to give you the whole empire, you would have merited it. The deputies praised the frankness and good faith of Isaac, and carried back to the camp the imperial patents, to which was affixed the seal of gold that confirmed the treaty made
Now
with
it comes
Alexius. The lords and barons immediately mounted on horseback, and conducted young Alexius into Constantinople. The son of Isaac rode between the Count of Flanders and the Doge of Venice,
Well,
followed
it's
by
Baba
all the
Yaga.
knights, clad in complete armor. The people, who so lately had preserved a sullen 96 silence on beholding him, now crowded around him on his
Oh,
passage,
mad Baba Yaga?
and saluted him with loud acclamations. The Latin clergy accompanied the son of Isaac, and those of the Greek church sent out their magnificent cortege to meet him. The entrance of the young prince into the capital was a day of festivity for both the Greeks
Eating
and the
that
Latins.
Twinkie like a big
In
old
all the
witch,
churches thanks were
with a
offered
look
up to
in her
heaven.
eye, like she wants some
Hymns
fried
of public
fish.
rejoicing resounded everywhere.
Baba Yaga.
But it was particularly in the palace of Blucherny, so long the abode of mourning and fear, that the greatest transports of joy were manifested. A father, blind, and immersed during 8 years in a dungeon, clasping in his arms a son to whom he owed the restoration of his liberty and crown, presented a new spectacle that must have penetrated every heart with lively emotions. The crowd of spectators recalled to their minds the long calamities of these two princes,
Come on,
and the
child.
remembrance of so many evils past appeared to them a pledge for the blessings that heaven had in store for the empire.
That is ridiculous.
The
I
emperor,
need to be killed by
reunited to
this
his
guy. I
son,
deserve
again
it.
thanked the Crusaders for the services they had rendered him, and conjured the leaders to establish themselves with their army on the other side of the Gulf of Chrysoceros. He feared that their abode in the city might give birth to some quarrel between the Greeks and the Latins too long divided. The barons yielded to the prayer of Isaac and Alexius, and
You
the
gotta
army
jump
of the
over 'em,
Crusaders took
you
up
know?
their quarters in the fodder of
Don't
Galata,
follow them.
where,
Jump
in
over.
abundance and repose,
They go
they
to the
forgot the
right, you
labors,
need to jump to the
perils,
right.
and fatigues of the war.
Over.
The Pisans, who had
Not
defended
follow.
Constantinople against the Crusaders, made peace with the Venetians. All discords were appeased, and no spirit of jealousy or rivalry divided the Franks. The Greeks came constantly to the camp of the Latins, bringing provisions and merchandise of all kinds. The warriors of the West often visited the capital, and were never tired of contemplating the palaces of the emperors, the numerous edifices, the masterpieces of art, the monuments consecrated to religion, and, above all, the relics of saints, which, according to the Marshal of Champagne, were in greater abundance in Constantinople than in any other place in the world. 97. A few days after his entrance into Constantinople, Alexius was crowned in the Church of Saint Sophia, and admitted to a partition of the sovereign power with his father. The barons assisted at his coronation, and offered up sincere wishes for the happiness of his reign. Alexius hastened to discharge a part of the sum promised to the Crusaders. The greatest harmony prevailed between the people of Byzantium and the warriors of the West. The Greeks appeared to have forgotten their defeat,
Swear,
the
that's so
Latins their
cute.
victories. The subjects of Isaac and Alexius mingled with the
That's
Latins
fair.
without mistrust, and the simplicity of the Franks was no longer the subject of their raillery. The Crusaders, on their side, confided in the good faith of the Greeks.
I'm getting
Peace
nothing.
reigned in the capital, and seemed to be the
There we
work
go.
of their hands. They respected the two princes they had placed upon the throne, and the emperors retained an affectionate gratitude for their liberators. The Crusaders, having become the allies of the Greeks, and the protectors of the great empire, had found no other enemies to contend with but the Saracens. And they turned their minds to the fulfillment of the oath they had made on taking the cross.
Back.
But, ever faithful to the laws of chivalry, the barons and knights deemed it right to declare war before beginning it. Heralds at arms were sent to the Sultan of Cairo and Damascus, to announce to him, in the name of
Swear,
Jesus
save me.
Christ, in the name of the Emperor of Constantinople, and in the names of the princes and nobles of the West, that he would soon experience the valor of the Christian nations, if he persisted in holding under his laws the Holy Land and the places consecrated by the presence of the Savior. The leaders of the crusade announced the wonderful success of their enterprise to all the princes and nations of Christendom. Whilst addressing the Emperor of Germany, 106, they conjured him to take part in the crusade, and come and place himself at the head of the Christian knights. The account of their exploits excited the enthusiasm of the 98 faithful. The news, when carried into Syria, spread terror among the Saracens, and revived the hopes of the King of Jerusalem and the defenders of the Holy Land. So much glorious success ought to have satisfied the pride and valor of the Crusaders. But, whilst the world resounded with their glory, and trembled at the fame of their arms, the knights and barons believed they had achieved nothing for their own renown, or for the cause of God, until they had obtained the approbation of the Holy See. The Marquis of Montferrat, the Count of Flanders, the Count of St. Paul, and the principal leaders of the army, when writing to the Pope, represented to him that the success of their enterprise was not the work of men, but the work of God. These warriors, filled with haughty pride, who had just conquered an empire, who, according to Nicetas, boasted of fearing nothing but the falling of the heavens, thus bent their victorious brows before the tribunal of the sovereign pontiff, and protested at the feet of Innocent, that no mundane view had directed their arms, and that he must only contemplate in them the instruments Providence had employed in accomplishing its designs. Young Alexius, in concert with the leaders of the Crusades, wrote at the same time to the Pope, to justify his conduct and that of his liberators. "We avow," said he, "that the principal cause that induced the pilgrims to assist us, was that we had promised, with an oath, to recognize the Roman Pontiff as our ecclesiastical head, and the successor of St. Peter." Innocent III, in replying to the new Emperor of Constantinople, praised his intentions and his zeal, and pressed him to accomplish his promises. But the excuses of the Crusaders were not able to appease the resentment which the Pope retained on account of their disobedience to the counsels and commands of the Holy See. In his answer, he did not salute them with his usual benediction, fearing that they were again fallen under excommunication, by attacking the Greek emperor in spite of his prohibition. "If the Emperor of Constantinople," said he to them, "does not make haste to do that which he has promised, it will appear that neither his intentions nor yours have been sincere, and that you have added the second sin to that you have already 99 committed." The Pope gave the Crusaders fresh advice. But neither his counsels nor his threats produced any better effect than they had done at the siege of Zara. Providence was preparing in secret events that exceeded the foresight of the Crusaders, or even that of the Holy See, and which would once again change the aim and object of the Holy War. 100. Books I. AD 1198 to 1204. When war and revolutions have shaken an empire to its foundation, evils arise against which no human wisdom can provide. It is then that princes, called to the throne, are more to be pitied than their subjects, and that their power is more likely to excite commiseration than to awaken the ambition or hatred of other men. The people, in the extreme of misery, know not what bounds to put to their hopes, and always demand of the future more than the future can possibly bring. When they continue to suffer irreparable misfortunes, they blame their leaders, by whose influence they expected all sorts of prosperity. The murmurs of unjust hatred soon succeed to the acclamations of an irreflective enthusiasm, and, not unfrequently, virtue itself is accused of having caused evils which are the effects of revolt, war, or bad fortune. Nations themselves, when they have succumbed, and have forever lost their political existence, are not judged with less severity or injustice than princes or monarchs. After the fall of an empire, the terrible axiom Vae Victis receives its application even in the judgment of posterity. Generations, quite equally with contemporaries, allow themselves to be dazzled by victory, and entertain nothing but contempt for conquered nations. We shall endeavor, whilst speaking of the Greeks and their princes, to guard against the prejudices that history has transmitted to us, and when we shall pronounce a severe judgment upon the character and people of Greece, our opinion will be always founded upon authentic traditions and the testimony of the historians of Byzantium. Whilst young Alexius had nothing to do but make promises and give hopes, he was gratified by the flattering 101 benedictions of both Greeks and Crusaders. But when the time arrived for him to perform all he had promised, he he met with nothing but enemies and obstacles. In the position in which his return had placed him, it was extremely difficult for him to preserve at the same time the confidence of his liberators and the love of his subjects. If, in order to fulfill his engagements, the young emperor undertook to unite the Greek Church with the Church of Rome. If, to pay that which he owed to the Crusaders, he oppressed his people with taxes, he must expect to hear violent murmurs arise throughout his empire. If, on the contrary, he respected the religion of Greece, if he lightened the excessive weight of the imposts, the treaties would remain unexecuted, and the throne he had so recently ascended might be overturned by the arms of the Latins. Dreading every day to see the fires of either revolt or war kindled, obliged to choose between two perils, after having long and earnestly deliberated, he did not dare to confide his destiny to the equivocal ruler of the Greeks, and conjured the barons to become a second time his liberators. He repaired to the tent of the Count of Flanders, and spoke as follows to the assembled leaders of the crusade. 107. You have restored to me life, honor, and empire, and I have only one thing to desire, that is, to be able to perform all the promises I have made you. But if you abandon me now, in order to go into Syria, it will be impossible for me to find the money, the troops, or the vessels I have undertaken to furnish. The people of Constantinople have received me with joy, but the frequency of revolutions has caused them to lose the habits of submission and obedience. The laws of their country, the majesty of the throne, no longer inspire them with respect. A spirit of faction reigns in the capital, and throughout the too long agitated provinces. I conjure you then, in the name of your own glory, in the name of your own interests, to finish your work, and render firm the power you have re-established. Winter is approaching, the navigation is perilous, and the rains will not permit you to commence the war in Syria. Wait then till the spring, when the sea will present fewer 102 dangers, and war greater success and glory. You will then have all Greece as auxiliaries in your enterprises. I shall myself be able to keep the oath that chained me to your cause, and accompany you with an army worthy of an emperor. At the conclusion of his speech, Alexius promised to furnish all that the army would require, and to make such suitable arrangements with the Doge, that the Venetian fleet might remain at the disposal of the Crusaders during their abode at Constantinople, and to the end of their expedition. A council was called to deliberate upon the proposals of the young emperor. Those who had been desirous of separating themselves from the army at Zara and Corfu, represented to the assembly that they had, until that time, fought for the glory and profane interests of princes of the earth, but that the time was now come for them to fight for religion and for Jesus Christ. They were indignant at new obstacles being raised to retard the holy enterprise. This opinion was warmly combated by the Doge of Venice and the barons who had embarked their glory in the expedition against Constantinople, and could not make up their minds to lose the fruit of all their labors. Shall we, said they, allow a young prince, whose cause we have brought to a triumphant issue, to be delivered over to his enemies, who are as ours, and an enterprise so gloriously begun, become for us a source of shame and repentance? Shall we allow the heresy that our arms have stifled and humbled Greece, to reconstruct its impure altars, and be again a subject of scandal for the Christian Church? Shall we leave the Greeks the dangerous faculty of declaring against us, and allying themselves with the Saracens, to war with the soldiers of Christ? To these weighty motives the princes and lords did not disdain to add supplication and prayers. At length their opinion triumphed over an obstinate opposition, and the council decided that the departure of the army should be deferred until the festival of the Easter of the following year. Alexius, in concert with Isaac, thanked the Crusaders for their favorable determination, and neglected nothing that could prove his gratitude to them. For the purpose of paying the sums he had promised, he exhausted his treasury, 103, increased the imposts, and even melted the images of the saints and the sacred vases. Upon seeing the churches despoiled of the sacred images, the people of Constantinople were struck with surprise and terror, and yet had not the courage to utter the complaints aloud. Nicetas reproaches his compatriots Italy with having remained quiet spectators of such sacrilege, and accuses them of having, by their cowardly indifference, drawn upon the empire the anger of heaven. The most fervent of the Greeks deplored, as Nicetas did, the violation of their holy places, but seemed much more grievous worsen to be brought before their eyes. The leaders of the army, influenced by the councils of the Latin clergy and by the fear of the Pontiff of Rome, required that the Patriarch, the priests, and the monks of Constantinople should abjure the errors that separated them from the Romish Church. And neither the clergy, nor the people, nor the emperor, attempted to resist this demand, although it alarmed every conscience and alienated all hearts. The Patriarch, from the pulpit of Saint Sophia, declared, in his own name, and in the name of the Emperor and the Christian people of the East, that he acknowledged Innocent III of that name, as the successor of Saint Peter, first vicar of Jesus Christ upon earth, pastor of the faithful flock. The Greeks who were present at this ceremony believed they beheld the abomination of desolation in the holy place, and if they afterwards pardoned the Patriarch the commission of such a scandal, it was from the strange persuasion in which they were, that the head of their church was deceiving the Latins, and that the impostor of its words redeemed in some sort the crime of blasphemy and the shame of perjury. The Greeks persisted in believing that the Holy Ghost does not proceed from the Son, and quoted in support of their belief, the Creed of Nice. The discipline of their church differed in some points from that of the Church of Rome. In the early days of the schism it might have been easy to effect a reunion, but now the disputes of theologians had too much exasperated men's minds. 108. The hatred of the 104 Greeks and the Latins appeared but too likely to separate the two creeds forever. The law that was imposed upon the Greeks only served to promote the growth of their invincible resistance. Such among them as scarcely knew what the subject was of the long debates that had sprung up between Byzantium and Rome, showed no less fanaticism and opposition than all the others. Whilst such as had no religion at all adopted with warmth the opinions of the theologians, and appeared all at once disposed to die for a cause which till that time had inspired them with nothing but indifference. The Greek people, in a word, who believed themselves to be superior to all other nations of the earth, repulsed with contempt all knowledge that came from the West, and could not consent to recognize the superiority of the Latins. The Crusaders, who had changed the emperors and conquered the empire, were astonished at not being able to change men's hearts likewise. But, persuaded that everything must in the end yield to their arms, they employed, in subduing minds and opinions, a rigor which only augmented the hatred of the vanquished, and prepared the fall of the emperors whom victory had replaced upon the throne. In the meantime, the usurper Alexius, on flying from Constantinople, had found a retreat in the province of Thrace. Several cities opened their gates to him, and a few partisans assembled under his banner. The son of Isaac resolved to seek the rebels and give them battle. Henry of Hainaut, the Count of St. Paul, and many knights, accompanied him in this expedition. At their approach, the usurper, shut up in Adrianople, quickly abandoned the city and fled away towards Mount Haemus. All the rebels who had the courage to await them were either conquered or dispersed, but young Alexius and the Crusaders had a much more formidable enemy to contend with. This was the nation of the Bulgarians. These wild and ferocious people 105, obedient to the laws of Constantinople at the time of the First Crusade, had taken advantage of the troubles of the empire to shake off the yoke of its rulers. 109. The leader of the Bulgarians, Joannices, an implacable enemy of the Greeks, had embraced the faith of the Church of Rome, and declared himself a vassal of the sovereign pontiff, to obtain from him the title of king. He concealed under the veil of a new religion the most vindictive hatred and aspiring ambition, and employed the support and credit of the court of Rome to make war against the masters of Byzantium. Joannices made frequent incursions into the countries adjoining his own territories, and threatened the richest provinces of the empire with invasion. If young Alexius had been guided by prudent counsels, he would have taken advantage of the presence of the Crusaders to intimidate the Bulgarians, and compel them to remain on the other side of Mount Haemus. This expedition might have deservedly obtained him the confidence and esteem of the Greeks, and assured the repose of several provinces. But whether he was not seconded by the Crusaders, or that he did not perceive the advantages of such an enterprise, he contented himself with threatening Joannices. And, without having made either peace or war, after receiving the oaths of the cities of Thrace, his sole wish was to return to Constantinople. The capital of the empire, which had already undergone so many evils, had just experienced a fresh calamity. Some Flemish soldiers, encouraged by the Latins established in Constantinople, had provoked and insulted the Jews in their synagogue, and the people had taken up the defense of the latter against the aggressors. Both sides had recourse to arms, and in the tumult of fight, chance, or malevolence, set fire to some neighboring houses. The conflagration extended on all sides, during the night and the following day, with a rapidity and violence that nothing could stop or confine. The flames meeting from several points, rolled on with the swiftness of a torrent, consuming, as if of straw, galleries, columns, temples, and palaces. From the bosom of this frightful mass of fire issued fragments of burning 106 matter, which, falling upon distant houses, reduced them to ashes. The flames, at first impelled by a north wind, were afterwards driven back, by a strong change, from the south, and poured upon places that had appeared secure from danger. The conflagration began at the synagogue, near the sea, on the eastern side of the city, and extended its ravages as far as the church of Saint Sophia, on the western side, traversing a space of 2 leagues, and in its course including the port, where many ships were consumed upon the waters. 110. During 8 days the fearful element continued the destruction. The crash of houses and towers falling on all sides, and the roaring of the winds and flames mingling with the cries of a ruined and distracted multitude. The crowds of inhabitants rushed over and against each other in the streets, flying before the closely pursuing fire, some bearing their goods and most valuable effects, others dragging along the sick and the aged. Such as perished in the conflagration were the least unfortunate, for multitudes of others, weeping the death of their relations and friends, and the loss of their whole worldly property, many of them wounded, some half burned, wandered about bewildered among the ruins, or were huddled together in the public places, without any means of subsistence, or the hope of finding an asylum. The Crusaders viewed the progress of this horrible disaster from the heights of Galata, and deplored the calamities of Constantinople. A great number of knights lent their most earnest endeavor to subdue the raging element, and lamented that they had to contend with an enemy against which valor was powerless. The princes and barons sent a deputation to the Emperor Isaac, to assure him how sincerely they participated in his sorrow, and to declare that they would punish the authors of the conflagration with the utmost severity, if they should prove to be among their soldiers. The protestations and assistance which they promptly and earnestly offered to the victims, could neither console nor appease the Greeks, who, whilst contemplating the ruins 107, and misfortunes of their capital, accused the 2 emperors, and threw out horrible imprecations against the Latins. The families of the Franks established at Constantinople, who, in spite of persecutions, had remained in the city, became again subject to the ill treatment of the people. And, forced to seek an asylum without the walls, they took refuge in the fodder of Galata. Their groans and complaints revived all the animosity of the Crusaders against the Greeks. Thus everything contributed to inflame the hatred of 2 nations, whom such great misfortunes ought to have more closely united, and to rekindle discords that were doomed to bring in their train new and incurable calamities. When Alexius re-entered Constantinople in triumph, the people received him with moody silence. The Crusaders alone applauded victories he had gained over Greeks. And his triumph, which contrasted so keenly with the public calamities, and his laurels, gathered in a civil war, only served to render him more odious to the inhabitants of his capital. He was obliged, more than ever, to throw himself into the arms of the Latins. He passed his days and nights in their camp. He took part in their warlike games, and associated himself with their gross orgies. Amidst the intoxication of banquets, the Frank warriors treated Alexius with insolent familiarity, and more than once they pulled off his jeweled diadem to place on his head the woolen cap worn by Venetian sailors. The Greeks, who took great pride in the magnificence of their sovereigns, only conceived the stronger contempt for a prince, who, after abjuring his religion, degraded the imperial dignity, and did not blush to adopt the manners of nations that were only known at Constantinople under the name of barbarians. Nicetas, whose opinions are not wanting in moderation, never speaks of this prince but with a sort of anger and violence. According to the historian of Byzantium, Alexius had a countenance resembling that of the exterminating angel. He was a true incendiary, and far from being afflicted by the burning of his capital, he would have wished to see the whole city reduced to ashes. Isaac himself accused his son of having pernicious inclinations, and of corrupting himself daily by an intercourse with the wicked. He was indignant that the name of Alexius should be proclaimed at 108, court and in public ceremonies, whilst that of Isaac was rarely mentioned. In his blind anger, he loaded the young emperor with imprecations. But, governed by a vain jealousy, much more than by any proper sentiment of dignity, whilst he applauded the hatred of the people for Alexius, he evaded the duties of the sovereign, and did nothing to merit the esteem of men of worth. Isaac lived retired in his palace, surrounded by monks and astrologers, who, whilst kissing his hands still scarred with the irons of his captivity, celebrated his power, made him believe that he would deliver Jerusalem, that he would plant his throne upon Mount Libanus, and would reign over the whole universe. Full of confidence in an image of the Virgin which he always carried with him, and boasting of being acquainted, by means of astrology, with all the secrets of policy, he could yet imagine, to prevent sedition, nothing more effective than to have transported from the Hippodrome to his palace, the statue of the wild boar of Caledon, which was considered the symbol of revolt and the image of an infuriated people. The people of Constantinople, no less superstitious than Isaac, whilst deploring the evils of their country, laid the blame upon both marble and brass.
Get out my way,
A
boy.
statue of Minerva which decorated the square of Constantine, had its eyes and arms turned towards the west. It was believed that she had called in the barbarians, and the statue was turned down and dashed to pieces by an exasperated mob. 111, Cruel blindness of the Greeks. Cries and historical bel esprit. 112, who took arms against themselves, and could not endure in their city the image of the goddess who presides over prudence and velour. Whilst the capital of the empire was thus agitated by popular commotions, the ministers of Alexius and Isaac were busied in levying taxes for the payment of the sums promised to the Latins. Extravagance, abuses of power, 109, and numerous instances of injustice, added still further to the public calamities. Loud complaints were proclaimed by every class of the citizens.
I'm sorry.
It was at first intended to lay the principal burden of the imposts upon the people. But the people, says Nicetas, arose like a sea agitated by the winds. Extraordinary taxes were then, by necessity, laid upon the richer citizens, and the churches continued to be plundered of their gold and silver ornaments. All the treasures they could collect were not sufficient to satisfy the insatiable desires of the Latins, who began to ravage the country, and pillage the houses and monasteries of the Propontis. The hostilities and violence of the Crusaders excited the indignation of the people to a greater degree than they moved that of the patricians and the great. In the course of so many revolutions, it is astonishing to find that the spirit of patriotism so frequently revives amongst the multitude, when it is extinct in the more elevated classes. In a corrupt nation, so long as revolutions have not broken forth, and the day of peril and destruction is not arrived, the riches of the citizens is a sure pledge of their devotedness and patriotism. But this pledge is no longer the same at the height of danger, when society finds itself in antagonism with all the enemies of its existence and its repose. A fortune, the loss of which is dreaded, is often the cause of shameful transactions with the party of the conquerors. It enervates more than it fortifies moral courage. Amidst the greatest perils, the multitude, who have nothing to lose, sometimes preserve generous passions that skillful policy may direct with advantage. Unfortunately, the same
I'm wondering certain things. I've got this new intermission, but I also want it to be a starting soon screen. So I'm sort of thinking, let's put a starting soon indicator on the acronym that I have created, which would be capital SS. So on the end of it, it's ISS, intermission and starting soon. And that acronymicalization of the acronym has the synchronicity of in-school suspension, right? Because that's what we always think of when we hear ISS. So, oh Lord, you know what? I'm just completely deleting that mess. And what is this? My dang background? This layout is scandalous. I'm gonna see something here. Can I add a group and find, first of all, a camera group? Yeah, let's see. It's completely set up and ready to go. Component of things. Okay, so also can I find another group that I have set up, which is a text aloud group. Oh yeah, there it is. But something is wrong with it, man. It's not showing the illuminations of things. Oh, this is an issue of cache refresh, I think. Still not showing. Control Z. Oh, there it goes. So that's my dang text aloud group. Well, let me see. I'm gonna right click this. And get my transform. Edit transform. And watch this. With my frame, I'm gonna justificationalize it. Now I close up text aloud group. Shrink it up. Stink it up. Yeah, get it up into this position. That's this one. And now, man, this stuff is just going. Delete. Now we deal with this. My background, I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to Control V and paste it. Put those two together. Now, watch this. Transform. I'm going to transform this thing. And I'm going to flip horizontal. Select the second. Well, okay. Now this one up here. It's got to go all the way down to the bottom. And I select these two together. Actually, let's see. Okay, this is one of the early ones of these things. These two instrument panels, and I'm going to now group them together. Using group selected items, and I'm going to call it console group console 001 group, the image that I'm using. Or instrument, that's going to be instrument panel 1. Now, okay, this guy I'm going to fit it into the background by going and selecting transform and hitting stretch the screen. Alright, so
Unfortunately, the same multitude scarcely ever obey anything but a blind instinct, and in moments of crisis, become a dangerous instrument in the hands of the ambitious, who abuse the names of liberty and patriotism. It is then that a nation has no less to complain of those who are not willing to save her, than of those who do not dare defend her. And that she perishes, the victim at once of culpable indifference and senseless ardor. The people of Constantinople, irritated against the enemies of the empire, and urged on by a spirit of faction, complained at first of the leaders. And, soon passing from complaint to revolt, they rushed in a crowd to the palace of the emperors, reproached them with having abandoned the 110, cause of God and the cause of their country, and demanded, with loud cries, avengers and arms. Among those who encouraged the multitude, a young prince of the illustrious family of Ducas was conspicuous. He bore the name of Alexius, a name which must always be associated with the history of the misfortunes of the empire. In addition, he had obtained the surname of Murzuphil, a Greek word, signifying that his two eyebrows met together. Murzuphil 113 concealed a subtle spirit beneath that severe and stern air that the vulgar never failed to take for an indication of frankness. The words patriotism and liberty, which always seduced the people. The words glory and religion, which recall noble sentiments, were forever in his mouth, and only served to veil the machinations of his ambition. Amidst a timid and pusillanimous horde, surrounded by princes, who, according to the expression of Nicetas, had greater fear of making war against the Crusaders than stags would have in attacking a lion, Murzuphil was not deficient in bravery, and his reputation for courage was quite sufficient to draw upon him the eyes of the whole capital. As he possessed a strong voice, a haughty look, and an imperious tone, he was pronounced fit to command. The more vehemently he declaimed against tyranny, the more ardent were the wishes of the multitude that he should be clothed with great power. The hatred that he affected to entertain for foreigners gave birth to the hope that he would one day defend the empire, and caused him to be considered the future liberator of Constantinople. Skillful in seizing every available chance, and in following all parties, after having rendered criminal services to the usurper, Murzuphil gathered the reward of them under the reign that followed the usurpation. And he who was everywhere accused of having been the roller and executioner of Isaac, 114, became the favorite of young Alexius. He neglected no means of pleasing the multitude, in order to render himself necessary to the prince, and knew how to brave, on fit occasions, the hatred of the courtiers, to augment 111, his credit among the people. He was not tardy in taking advantage of this double influence to sow the seeds of new troubles, and bring about the triumph of his ambition.
Come over here.
His counsels persuaded young Alexius that it was necessary for him to break with the Latins and prove himself ungrateful to his liberators, to obtain the confidence of the Greeks. He inflamed the minds of the people, and to make a rupture certain, he himself took up arms. His friends and some men of the people followed his example, and, led by Murzuphil, a numerous troop rushed from the city, in the hope of surprising the Latins. But the multitude, always ready to declaim against the warriors of the West, did not dare to face them. Murzuphil, abandoned on the field of battle, had nearly fallen into the hands of the Crusaders. This imprudent action, that might have been expected to ruin him, only tended to increase his power and influence. He might be accused of having risked the safety of the empire by provoking a war without the means of sustaining it. But the people boasted of the heroism of a young prince, who had dared to brave the warlike hosts of the Franks. And even they who had deserted him in the fight, celebrated his valor, and swore, as he did, to exterminate the enemies of their country. The frenzy of the Greeks was at its height. And, on their side, the Latins loudly expressed their dissatisfaction. In the Faubourg of Galata, inhabited by the French and Venetians, as well as within the walls of Constantinople, nothing was heard but cries for war, and nobody durst speak of peace. At this period a deputation from the Christians of Palestine arrived in the camp of the Crusaders. The deputies, the principal of whom was Martin Litz, were clothed in mourning vestments, which, with the sadness of their aspect, made it sufficiently plain that they came to announce fresh misfortunes. Their accounts drew tears from all the pilgrims. In the year that preceded the expedition to Constantinople, the Flemish and Champenois crusaders, who had embarked at the ports of Bruges and Marseille, landed at Ptolemais. At the same time came many English warriors, commanded by the Earls of Northumberland, Norwich, and Salisbury. 112, and a great number of pilgrims from Lower Brittany, who had chosen for leader the monk Helene, one of the preachers of the crusade. These crusaders, when united with those who had quitted the Christian army after the siege of Zara, became impatient to attack the Saracens, and as the king of Jerusalem was averse to breaking the truce made with the infidels, the greater part of them left Palestine, to fight under the banners of the Prince of Antioch, who was at war with the Prince of Armenia. Having refused to take guides, they were surprised and dispersed by a body of Saracens, sent against them by the Sultan of Aleppo. 115, the few that escaped from the carnage, among whom history names two Seigneurs de Noli, Bernard de Montmirail, and Renard de Dampierre, remained in the chains of the infidels. Helene, the monk, had the grief to see the bravest of the Breton crusaders perish on the field of battle, and returned almost alone to Ptolemais, to announce the bloody defeat of the soldiers of the cross. A horrible famine had, during 2 years, desolated Egypt, and extended its ravages into Syria. Contagious diseases followed the famine. The plague swept away the inhabitants of the Holy Land. More than 2,000 Christians had received the rites of sepulture in the city of Ptolemais in one single day. The deputies from the Holy Land, after rendering their melancholy account, invoked by tears and groans the prompt assistance of the army of the Crusaders. But the barons and knights could not abandon the enterprise they had begun. They promised the envoys from Palestine that they would turn their arms toward Syria as soon as they had subdued the Greeks. And, pointing towards the walls of Constantinople, said, "This is the road to salvation. This is the way to Jerusalem." Alexius was bound to pay the Latins the sums he had promised. If he was faithful to his word, he had to apprehend a revolt of the Greeks. If he did not fulfill his engagements, he dreaded the arms of the Crusaders. Terrified by the general agitation that prevailed, and restrained by a 113 double fear, the two emperors remained inactive in their palace, without daring to seek for peace, or prepare for war. The Crusaders, dissatisfied with the conduct of Alexius, 116, deputed several barons and knights to demand of him peremptorily whether he would be their friend or their enemy. The deputies, on entering Constantinople, heard nothing throughout their passage but the insults and threats of an irritated populace.
7,000.
Received in the palace of Blucherny, amidst the pomp of the throne and the court, 117, they addressed the Emperor Alexius, and expressed the complaints of the companions in arms in these terms: "We are sent by the French barons and the Doge of Venice to recall to your mind the treaty that you and your father have sworn to upon the gospel, and to require you to fulfill your promises as we have fulfilled ours. If you do us justice, we shall only have to forget the past, and give due praise to your good faith. If you are not true to your oaths, the Crusaders will no longer remember they have been your friends and allies. They will have recourse to no more prayers, but to their own good swords. They have felt it their duty to lay their complaints before you, and to warn you of their intentions, for the warriors of the West hold treachery in horror, and never make war without having declared it. We offer you our friendship, which had placed you upon the throne, or our hatred, which is able to remove you from it. We bring you war with all its calamities, or peace with all its blessings. It is for you to choose, and to deliberate upon the part you have to take." These complaints of the Crusaders were expressed with so little respect, that they must have been highly offensive 114 to the ears of the emperors. In this palace, which constantly resounded with the acclamations of a servile court, the sovereigns of Byzantium had never listened to language so insolent and haughty. The Emperor Alexius, to whom this menacing tone appeared to reveal his own helplessness and the unhappy state of his empire, could not restrain his indignation. The courtiers fully partook of the anger of their masters, and were desirous of punishing the insolent order of the Latins on the spot. 118, but the deputies left the palace at Blucherny, and hastened to regain the camp of the Crusaders. The council of Isaac and Alexius breathed nothing but vengeance. And, on the return of the deputies, war was decided on in the council of the barons. The Latins determined to attack Constantinople. Nothing could equal the hatred and fury of the Greeks. But fury and hatred cannot supply the place of courage. Not daring to meet their enemy in the open field, they resolved to burn the fleet of the Phoenicians. The Greeks, on this occasion, had again recourse to that great fire, which had, more than once, served them instead of courage, and saved their capital. This terrible fire, skillfully hurled or directed, devoured vessels, soldiers, and their arms. Like the bolt of heaven, nothing could prevent its explosion, or arrest its ravages. The waves of the sea, so far from extinguishing it, redoubled its activity. 17 ships, charged with the Greek fire and combustible matter, were carried by a favorable wind towards the port in which the Phoenician vessels lay at anchor. To assure the success of this attempt, the Greeks took advantage of the darkness of night. And the port, the Gulf, and the Phober of Galata were, all at once, illumined by a threatening and sinister light. At the aspect of the danger, the trumpet sounded the alarm in the camp of the Latins. The French flew to arms and prepared for the fight, whilst the Phoenicians cast themselves into their barks, and 115 went out to meet vessels bearing within their sights destruction and fire. The crowd of Greeks assembled on the shore applauded the spectacle and enjoyed the terror of the Crusaders. Many of them embarked in small boats and rowed out upon the sea, darting arrows and endeavoring to carry disorder among the Phoenicians. The Crusaders encouraged each other. They rushed in crowds to encounter the danger, some raising plaintive and piercing cries towards heaven, and others uttering horrible imprecations against the Greeks. On the walls of Constantinople, clapping of hands and cries of joy resounded, and were redoubled as the vessels covered with flames drew nearer. Villarduin, an ocular witness, says that amidst this frightful tumult, nature appeared to be in confusion, and the sea about to swallow up the earth. Nevertheless, the Phoenicians, by the means of strong arms and numberless oars, succeeded in turning the course of the fire ships wide of the port, and they were carried by the current beyond the canal. The Crusaders, in battle array, standing on their vessels or dispersed among the barks, rendered thanks to God for having preserved them from so great a disaster. Whilst the Greeks beheld with terror their fire ships consuming away upon the waters of the Propontis, without having effected the least injury. The irritated Latins could not pardon the perfidy and ingratitude of the Emperor Alexius. It was not enough for him to have failed in his engagements and broken his oaths. He endeavored to burn the fleet that had borne him triumphantly to the heart of his empire. The time was now come to repress the enterprises of traitors by the sword, and to punish base enemies, who were acquainted with no other arms but treachery and deceit. And, like the vilest brigands, only ventured to deal their blows in the darkness and silence of night. Alexius, terrified at these threats, could think of no other resource than that of imploring the clemency of the Crusaders. He offered them fresh oaths and fresh promises, and threw the blame of the hostilities upon the fury of the people, which he had not the power to restrain. He conjured his friends, his allies, his liberators, to come and defend a throne ready to fall to pieces beneath him, and proposed to give up his own palace to them. 116. Mirzouphil was directed to convey to the Latins the supplications and offers of the emperor, and, seizing the opportunity to augment the alarms and discontent of the multitude, he caused the report to be spread that he was going to deliver Constantinople up to the barbarians of the west. On learning this, the people assembled tumultuously in the streets and public places. The report became general that the enemies were already in the city, and all joined in the cry that to prevent the greatest calamities, not a moment was to be lost. The empire required a master who was able to defend and protect it. Whilst the young prince, seized with terror, shut himself up in his palace, the crowd of insurgents flocked to the Church of Saint Sophia to choose a new emperor. Since the imperial dynasties had become the playthings of the caprice of the multitude, and of the ambition of conspirators, the Greeks made the changing of their sovereigns quite a sport, without reflecting that one revolution produces other revolutions. And, to avoid present calamities, rushed headlong into new ones. The most prudent of the clergy and the patricians presented themselves at the Church of Saint Sophia, and earnestly endeavored to prevent the evils with which the country was threatened. But it was in vain. They explained to their excited auditory that by changing their master they were sure to overthrow both the throne and the empire. When they asked my opinion, says the historian Nicetas, I was careful not to consent to the deposition of Isaac and Alexius, because I felt assured that the man they would elect in their place would not be the most able. But the people, as the same historian, whose only motive of action is passion, the people, who 20 years before had killed Andronicus and crowned Isaac, could not endure their own work and lives under princes whom they themselves had chosen. The multitude reproached their sovereign with their misery, which was the bitter fruit of the war, and with the weakness of their government, which was but the result of general corruption. The victories of the Latins, the inefficiency of the laws, the caprices of fortune, the very will of heaven, all were gathered into one great accusation to be brought against those who govern the empire. The distracted crowd 117 looked to revolution for everything. A change of embers appeared to them the only remedy for the ills under which they groaned. They pressed, they solicited the patricians and senators, they scarcely knew the names of the men they wished to choose as masters. But any other than Isaac, any other than Alexius, must merit the esteem and love of the Greeks. To be the wearer of the purple robe was quite enough to entitle a man to ascend the throne of Constantine. Some excused themselves on account of age, others from alleged incapacity. The people, sword in hand, required them to accept the sovereign authority. At length, after 3 days of stormy debate, an imprudent young man, named Canopus, allowed himself to be prevailed upon by the prayers and threats of the people. A phantom of an emperor was crowned in the church of Saint Sophia, and proclaimed in Constantinople. Murzuphil was no stranger to this popular revolution. Several historians have thought that he promoted the election of an obscure man to test the peril in some sort, and to become acquainted with the power and will of the people, in order, one day, to profit by himself. Alexius, made aware of this revolution, trembled in the recesses of his deserted palace. He had no hope but in the Latins. He solicited, by messages, the support of the barons. He implored the pity of the Marquis of Montferrat, who, touched by his prayers, entered Constantinople by night, and came, at the head of a chosen troop, to defend the throne and the lives of the emperors. Murzuphil, who dreaded the presence of the Latins, flew to Alexius, to convince him that they were the most dangerous enemies he had, and told him that all would inevitably be lost if the Franks once appeared in arms in the palace. When Boniface presented himself before the palace of Blacherney, he found all the doors closed. Alexius caused him to be informed that he was no longer at liberty to receive him, and conjured him to leave Constantinople with his soldiers. The sight of the warriors of the West had spread terror throughout the city. The retreat revived both the courage and fury of the people. 1,000 different rumors prevailed at once. The public places resounded with complaints and imprecations. From moment to moment the 118 crowd became more numerous and the tumult increased. Amidst all this confusion and disorder, Murzuphil never lost sight of the prosecution of his designs. By promises and caresses he won over the imperial guard, whilst his friends pervaded the capital, exciting the fury and rage of the multitude by their speeches and insinuations. An immense crowd soon assembled before the palace of Blacherney, uttering seditious cries. Murzuphil then presented himself before Alexius. He employed every means to aggravate the alarm of the young prince, and, under the pretext of providing for his safety, drew him into a secluded apartment, where his creatures, under his direction, loaded him with irons and cast him into a dungeon. Coming forth, he boldly informed the people what he had done for the salvation of the empire. And the throne, from which he had dragged his master, benefactor, and friend, appeared but a just recompense for the devotedness of his services. He was carried in triumph to the church of Saint Sophia, and crowned emperor amidst the acclamations of the people. Scarcely was Murzuphil clothed with the imperial purple, than he resolved to possess the fruit of his crime in security. Dreading the caprice of both fortune and the people, he repaired to the prison of Alexius, forced him to swallow an empoisoned draught, and because death did not keep pace with his impatience, strangled him with his own hands. Thus perished, after a reign of 6 months and a few days, the Emperor Alexius, whom one revolution had placed upon the throne, and who disappeared amidst the storms of another, without having tasted any of the sweets of supreme rank, and without an opportunity of proving whether he was worthy of it. This young prince, placed in a most difficult situation, had not the power, and perhaps not the will, to rouse the Greeks to oppose the Crusaders. On the other side, he had not the tact to employ the support of the Latins so as to keep the Greeks within the bounds of obedience. directed by perfidious councils, ever vacillating between patriotism and gratitude, fearing by turns to alienate his unhappy subjects, or to irritate his formidable allies, he perished, the victim of his own weakness and irresolution. Isaac Angelus, on learning the tragical end of his son, died of terror and despair, thus sparing Murzuphil another parricide, 119, of which he was not the less suspected to be guilty. History makes no more mention of Cannabis. The confusion was so great that the Greeks were ignorant of the fate of a man whom but a few days before they had elevated to the rank of their sovereign. 4 emperors had been dragged violently from the throne since the arrival of the Latins, and fortune reserved the same fate for Murzuphil. In order to profit by the crime that had ministered to his ambitious views, the murderer of Alexius formed the project of committing another, and to bring about by treachery the death of all the principal leaders of the army of the Crusaders. An officer, sent to the camp of the Latins, was directed to say that he came on the part of the Emperor Alexius, of whose death they were ignorant, to engage the Doge of Venice and the French nobles to come to the palace of Blucherny, where all the sums promised by the treaties should be placed in their hands. The barons at first agreed to accept the invitation of the emperor, and prepared to set out with a great joy. But Dandolo, who, according to Nicetas, deservedly obtained the name of the prudent, awakened their mistrust, and pointed out strong reasons for fearing a fresh perfidy of the Greeks. It was not long before they were fully informed of the death of Isaac, the murder of Alexius, and all the crimes of Murzuphil. At this news the indignation of the Crusaders was strong and general. Knights had difficulty in crediting such baseness. Every fresh account made them tremble with horror. They forgot the wrongs of Alexius towards themselves, deplored his unfortunate end, and swore to avenge him. In the council, the leaders loudly exclaimed that an implacable war must be made against Murzuphil, and that the nation that had crowned treachery and parricide should be punished. The prelates and ecclesiastics, more animated than all the others, invoked at once the thunders of religion and earthly war against the usurper of the imperial throne, and against the Greeks, untrue to their sovereign, untrue to God himself. Above all, they could not pardon the subjects of Murzuphil, for willingly remaining plunged in the darkness of heresy, and escaping, by an impious revolt, from the domination of the Holy See. They promised all the indulgences of the sovereign pontiff and all the riches of Greece 120, to the warriors called upon to avenge the cause of God and men. Whilst the Crusaders thus breathed nothing but war against the emperor and people of Constantinople, Murzuphil was preparing to repel their attacks. He earnestly endeavored to attach the inhabitants of the capital to his cause. He reproached the great with their indifference and effeminacy, and laid before them the example of the multitude. To increase his popularity and fill his treasury, he persecuted the courtiers of Alexius and Isaac, and confiscated the property of all those who had enriched themselves in public offices. 119. The usurper at the same time set about re-establishing discipline among the troops, and augmenting the fortifications of the city. He no longer indulged in pleasures or allowed himself repose. As he was accused of the greatest crimes, he had not only to contend for empire, but for impunity. Remorse doubled his activity, excited his bravery, and proved to him that he could have no safety but in victory. He was constantly seen parading the streets, with his sword by his side, and an iron club in his hand, animating the courage of the people and the soldiers. The Greeks, however, contented themselves with declaiming against the Crusaders. After having made another attempt to burn the fleet of the Venetians, they shut themselves up within their walls, and supported with patience the insults and menaces of the Latins. 120. The Crusaders appear to have nothing to fear but famine. As they began to feel the want of provisions, Henry of Hainaut, brother of the Count of Flanders, undertook, in order to obtain supplies for the army, an expedition to the shores of the Euxine Sea, and, followed by several knights, laid siege to Philia. The city of Philia was the ancient Philopolis, celebrated in the heroic ages of antiquity for the palace in which were 121, received Jason and the Argonauts, who, like the French knights, had left their country to seek distant adventures and perils. Henry of Hainaut, after a short resistance from the inhabitants, made himself master of the city, in which he met with a considerable booty, and found provisions in abundance. The latter he transported by sea to the army. Mirzufal, being informed of this excursion, marched out, by night, with a numerous body of troops, and placed himself in ambush on the route which Henry of Hainault would take on his return to the camp. The Greeks attacked the Crusaders unexpectedly, in the full persuasion that their victory would be an easy one. But the Frank warriors, without displaying the least alarm, closed in their ranks, and made so firm and good a resistance, that the ambuscaders themselves were very quickly obliged to fly. Mirzufal was upon the point of falling into the hands of his enemies, and only owed his safety to the swiftness of his horse. He left behind on the field of battle his buckler, his arms, and the standard of the Virgin, which the emperors were accustomed to have borne before them in all great perils. The loss of this ancient and revered banner was a source of great regret to the Greeks. The Latins, on their part, when they saw the standard and image of the patroness of Byzantium floating amongst their victorious ranks, were persuaded that the Mother of God had abandoned the Greeks, and declared herself favorable to their cause. After this defeat, the Greeks became convinced that there existed no other means of safety for them but the fortification of their capital. It was much more easy for them to find workmen than soldiers, and 100,000 men labored day and night at the reparation of the walls. The subjects of Mirzufal appeared satisfied that their ramparts would defend them, and handle the implements of masonry without repugnance, in the hope that they would prevent the necessity for their wielding the sword or lance. Mirzufal had learned to dread the courage of his enemies, and as strongly doubted the valor of his subjects. Therefore, before risking any fresh warlike attempts, he determined to sue for peace, and demanded an interview 122 with the leaders of the Crusaders. The lords and barons refused with horror to have an interview with the usurper of the throne, the murderer, the executioner of Alexius. But the love of peace, and the cause of humanity, induced the Doge of Venice to consent to listen to the proposals of Mirzufal. Henry Dandolo repaired in his galley to the point of the gulf, and the usurper, mounted on horseback, approached him as near as possible. The conference was long and animated. The Doge required Mirzufal to pay immediately 5,000 pounds weight of gold, to aid the Crusaders in their expedition to Syria, and again to swear obedience to the Romish Church. After a long altercation, Mirzufal promised to give the Latins the money and assistance they demanded. But he could not consent to submit to the yoke of the Church of Rome. 121. The Doge, astonished that, after having outraged all the laws of heaven and nature, he should attach so much importance to religious opinions, casting a glance of contempt at Mirzufal, asked him if the Greek religion excused treachery and parricide. 122. The usurper, although much irritated, dissembled his anger, and was endeavoring to justify his conduct, when the conference was interrupted by some Latin horsemen. Mirzufal, on his return to Constantinople, convinced that he must prepare for war, set earnestly about his task, and determined to die with arms in his hand. By his orders, the walls and towers that defended the city on the side of the port were elevated many feet. He constructed upon the walls galleries of several stages, from which the soldiers might launch arrows and javelins, and employ ballistas and other machines of war. At the top of each tower was placed a drawbridge, which, when lowered upon the vessels, might afford the besieged a means of pursuing their enemies, even to their own fleet. 123. The Crusaders, although supported by their natural bravery, could not view all these preparations with indifference. 123. The most intrepid could not help feeling some inquietude on comparing the small number of the Franks with the imperial army and the population of Constantinople. All the resources they had till that time found in their alliance with the emperors were about to fail them, without their having any hope of supplying their place but by some miraculous victory, for they had no succor to look for from the west. Every day war became more dangerous, and peace more difficult. The time was gone by for retreat. In this situation, such were the spirit and character of the heroes of this crusade, that they drew fresh strength from the very circumstances that would appear likely to have depressed them, and filled them with dread. The greater the danger, the more courage and firmness they displayed. Menaced on all sides, expecting to meet with no asylum on either sea or land, there remained no other part to take but that of besieging a city from which they could not retire with safety. Thus nothing could overcome their invincible bravery. 124. On viewing the towers that the Greeks considered as a certain means of safety, the leaders assembled in their camp and shared amongst them the spoils of the empire and the capital, of which they entertained no doubt of achieving the conquest. It was decided in the council of the princes, barons, and knights, that a new emperor should be nominated instead of Mirzupho, and that this emperor should be chosen from the victorious army of the Latins. The chief of the new empire should possess by right a fourth of the conquest, with the 2 palaces of Blacherni and Bucolion. The cities and lands of the empire, as well as the booty they should obtain in the capital, were to be distributed among the Franks and Venetians, with the 124 condition of rendering homage to the emperor. In the same council regulations were made to assign the proportions of the Latin clergy, and of the lords and barons. They regulated, according to the feudal laws, the rights and duties of the emperors and subjects, of the great and small vassals. 125. Thus Constantinople, under the dominion of the Greeks, beheld before its walls a small band of warriors, who, helm on head, and sword in hand, abolished in her walls the legislation of Greece, and imposed upon her beforehand the laws of the West. By this act of legislation, which they derived from Europe, the knights and barons appeared to take possession of the empire. And, whilst making war against the inhabitants of Constantinople, might imagine that they were already fighting for the safety and glory of their own country. In the first siege of Byzantium, the French had been desirous of attacking the city by land, but experience had taught them to appreciate properly the wiser counsels of the Venetians. They determined, with an unanimous voice, to direct all their efforts to an attack by sea. They conveyed into the vessels the arms, provisions, and appointments of all kinds. And the whole army embarked on Thursday, the 8th day of April, 1204. On the morrow, with the first rays of the sun, the fleet which bore the knights and their horses, the pilgrims and all they possessed, the tents, the machines of the crusaders, and the destinies of a great empire, heaved anchor, and crossed the breadth of the gulf. The ships and galleys, arranged in line, covered the sea for the space of half a league. The sight of the towers and ramparts, bristling with arms and soldiers, and covered with murderous machines and long tubes of brass, from which poured the Greek fire, did not in the least intimidate the warriors of the West. The Greeks had trembled with fright at seeing the fleet of the Crusaders in motion. But as they could look for no safety but in resistance, they appeared disposed to brave all perils in defense of their property and their families. Mirzupho had pitched his tents in the part of the city ravaged by the fire. His army was encamped amidst ruins, 125, and his soldiers had nothing beneath their eyes but melancholy pictures, the sight of which he thought must necessarily excite them to vengeance. From the summit of one of the 7 hills, the emperor was able to view the contest, to send succors where he saw they were wanted, and to reanimate at every moment the courage of those who defended the walls and towers. At the first signal, the Greeks put all their machines in full operation, and endeavored to defend the approach to the ramparts. But several ships soon gained the shore. The ladders are planted, and the walls shake beneath the continuous blows of the rams. The attack and defense proceed with equal fury. The Greeks fight with advantage from the tops of their elevated towers. The Crusaders, everywhere overpowered by numbers, cannot open themselves a passage, and find it at the foot of the ramparts they burn to surmount. The ardor for fight, itself, produced disorder among the assailants, and confusion in their fleet. The Latins faced all perils, and sustained the impetuous shock of the Greeks till the 3rd hour of the evening. It was then, says the Marshal of Champagne, that fortune and our sins decreed that we should be repulsed. The leaders, dreading the destruction of their fleet and army, ordered the retreat to be sounded. When the Greeks saw the Crusaders drawing off, they believed that their capital was saved. The people of Byzantium flocked to the churches to return thanks to heaven for so great a victory, and, by the excess of their transports, proved how great the fear had been with which the Latins had inspired them. On the evening of the same day, the Doge and barons assembled in a church near the sea, to deliberate upon their future proceedings. They spoke with deep grief of the check they had sustained, and expatiated strongly upon the necessity of promptly retrieving their defeat. 126. The Crusaders were still the same men that had already surmounted the ramparts of Byzantium. The Greeks were still the same frivolous, pusillanimous nation, that could oppose no other arms but those of cunning to those of valor, The soldiers 126 of Murzufal had been able to resist for one day. But they would soon remember that the Latins had conquered them many times. The recollections of the past were sufficient to revive the confidence of the one party, and to fill the others with terror. Besides, it was well known that the Greeks only contended for the triumph of usurpation and parricide, whilst the Crusaders fought for the triumph of humanity and justice. God would recognize as true servants, and would protect his own cause. These discourses could not reassure all the Crusaders, and many proposed to change the point of attack, and make a new assault on the side of the Propontis. The Venetians did not agree with this opinion, and dreaded lest the fleet should be drawn away by the currents of the sea. Some of the leaders despaired of the success of the enterprise, and, in their despair, would have been very willing, says an eyewitness, that the winds and the waves should carry them away beyond the archipelago. 127. The advice of the Venetians was, however, adopted, and the council decided that the attack upon Constantinople should be renewed on the same side, and at the same point at which the army had been repulsed. 2 days were employed in repairing the vessels and machines. And on the third day, the 12th of April, the trumpets once more sounded the signal for battle. The fleet got into motion, and advanced in good order towards the ramparts of Constantinople. The Greeks, who were still rejoicing over their first advantage, could scarcely believe the approach of the Latins to be reality, and their surprise was by no means free from terror. On the other side, the Crusaders, who had met with a resistance they had not at all expected, advanced with precaution towards the ramparts, at the foot of which they had fought in vain. To inflame the ardor and emulation of the soldiers, the leaders of the Latins had proclaimed, by herald-at-arms, that he that should plant the first banner of the cross upon the tower of the city, should receive 150 silver marks. The combat soon commenced, and was as quickly general. 127. The defense was no less vigorous than the attack. Beams, stones, javelins were hurled from one side to the other, crossed or met in mid-air, and fell with a loud noise on the ramparts and the ships. The whole shore resounded with the cries of the combatants and the clashing of swords and lances. In the fleet, the vessels were joined together, and proceeded 2 by 2, in order that upon each point of attack, the number of the assailants might correspond with that of the besieged. The drawbridges are soon let down, and are covered with intrepid warriors, who threaten the invasion of the most lofty towers. The soldiers mount in file, and gain the battlements. The opponents seek, attack, and repulse each other in 1,000 different places. Some, on the point of seizing victory, are overthrown by a mass of stone, others are consumed by the Greek fire. But they who are repulsed, again return to the charge, and the leaders everywhere set an example by mounting to the assault like common soldiers. The sun had run half his course, and prodigies of valor had not been able to triumph over the resistance of the besieged, when a strong breeze from the north arose, and brought 2 ships that fought together close under the walls. The Bishop of Troy and the Bishop of Soissons were on board of these 2 vessels, called the Pilgrim and the Paradise. Scarcely were the drawbridges lowered, than 2 Frank warriors were seen upon one of the towers of the city. These 2 warriors, one of whom was a Frenchman, named Dearbois, and the other a Venetian, Pietro Alberti, drew after them a crowd of their companions, and the Greeks were massacred or took to flight. In the confusion of the melee, the brave Alberti was slain by a Frenchman, who mistook him for a Greek, and who, on discovering his mistake, attempted to kill himself in despair. The Crusaders, excited by the fight, scarcely perceived the sad and tragical scene, but pursued the flying, disordered enemy. The banners of the bishops of Troy and Soissons were planted on the top of the towers, and attracted the eager eyes of the whole army. This sight inflames those who are still on board the vessels. On all sides they press, they rush forward, they fly to the escalade. The Franks obtain possession of 4 towers, terror prevails among the Greeks, 128, and the few who resist are slaughtered at every point they endeavor to defend. 3 of the gates of the city fall to pieces beneath the strokes of the rams. The horsemen issue from the ships with their horses, and the whole army of the Crusaders precipitates itself at once into the city. 128, a horseman, Pierre Bachu, who preceded his fellows, advanced almost alone to the hill upon which Murzufal was encamped, and the Greeks, in their fright, took him for a giant. Nicetas himself says that his helmet appeared as large as a tower. The soldiers of the emperor could not stand against the appearance of a single Frank horseman. Mirzupho, abandoned by his troops, fled. The Crusaders took possession of the imperial tents, continued their victorious course into the city, and put to the sword every Greek they met with. It was a horrible spectacle, says Villard-Douin, to see women and young children running distractedly here and there, trembling and half dead with fright, lamenting piteously, and begging for mercy. The Crusaders set fire to the quarter they had invaded, 129, and the flames, driven by the wind, announced to the other extremities of the city the presence of an irritated conqueror. Terror and despair prevailed in every street of Constantinople. Some Greek soldiers retired to the palace, whilst others, to escape recognition, threw away both their clothes and their arms. The people and the clergy took refuge in the churches, and the more wealthy inhabitants, in all parts, endeavored to conceal their most valuable property by burying it in the earth. Many rushed out of the city, without at all knowing whither to direct their steps. 129, 130. Whilst all were flying before them, the Crusaders were in a state of astonishment at their own victory. At the approach of night, they dreaded an ambuscade, and did not venture to pursue the conquered enemy further. The Venetians encamped within sight of their vessels. The Count of Flanders, by happy augury, occupied the imperial tents, and the Marquis of Montferrat advanced towards the palace of Blucherny. The Latins entertained no idea that the conflict was ended, and kept careful watch under the ramparts they had invaded and won. Mirzupho went through many quarters of the city, endeavoring to rally the soldiers. He spoke to them of glory, he invoked the name of their country, he promised rich rewards for valor, but the voice of patriotism was no longer listened to, and neither the love of glory nor the hopes of reward could affect men whose whole thoughts were engaged in the means of saving their lives. Mirzupho no longer inspired either respect or confidence, and the people, in reply to his exhortations, reproached him with his parricide, and attributed to him all the calamities of the war. When he found himself without hope, it became necessary to endeavor to escape both the pursuit of the conquerors and the resentment of the conquered, and he embarked secretly on the Propontis, with the purpose of seeking an army, or rather an asylum, in the mountains of Thrace. When his flight became known in Constantinople, his name was loaded with maledictions, and, as if it was necessary that an emperor should be present at the fall of the empire, a distracted crowd flocked to the Church of Saint Sophia, to choose a new master. Theodore Ducas and Theodore Lascaris solicited the suffrages of the assembly, and contended for a throne that 130 no longer existed. Lascaris was chosen emperor, but he did not dare to assume the imperial crown. This prince possessed both firmness and spirit. The Greeks even boasted of his skill in war, and he undertook to reanimate their courage and arouse their patriotism. The Latins, said he, are few, and advance with trembling caution into a city that has still numberless defenders. The Crusaders are afraid to leave their ships at any distance, as they know they are their only refuge in case of defeat. Pressed by the approach of danger, they have called in the assistance of fire as their faithful auxiliary, and conceal their fears behind a rampart of flames and a heap of ruins. The warriors of the West neither fight for religion, nor their country, nor their property, nor the honor of their families. The Greeks, on the contrary, defend all they hold most dear, and must carry to the contest every sentiment that can increase the courage and inflame the zeal of citizens. If you are still Romans, added Lascaris, the victory is easy. 20,000 barbarians have shut themselves up within your walls. Fortune has given them up to our arms. The new emperor then addressed the soldiers and the imperial guards. He represented to them that their safety was inseparably connected with that of Constantinople, that the enemy would never pardon being driven back by them several times from the ramparts of the capital. That in victory they would find all the advantages of fortune, all the pleasures of life, whilst in flight, neither land nor sea could afford them an asylum, and that shame, misery, and death itself would follow their footsteps everywhere. Lascaris did not neglect to flatter their pride, and endeavored to kindle the zeal of the patricians. He reminded them of the heroes of ancient Rome, and presented to their valor the great examples of history. It was to their arms Providence had confided the safety of the imperial city. If, contrary to all hopes, the country should be subdued. They could have but few regrets in abandoning life, and would find perhaps some glory in dying on the same day on which the old empire of the Caesars should be doomed to fall. The soldiers only replied to his speech by demanding their pay. The people listened to Lascaris with more surprise than 131 confidence, and the patricians preserved a gloomy silence, sensible to no other feeling but a profound despair. The trumpets of the Crusaders were soon heard, and at the signal, terror seized even the bravest. There was no longer any idea of disputing the victory with the Latins. Lascaris, left alone, was himself obliged to abandon a city which he could find no one to assist him in defending. Thus Constantinople, that had beheld 2 emperors in one night, was once again without a master, and presented the image of a vessel without a rudder, dashed about by the winds, and ready to perish amidst the howling of the tempest. The conflagration begun by the Latins, extended to several other quarters, and consumed, by the admission of the barons, more houses than 3 of the greatest cities of either France or Germany contained. The fire continued its ravages during the whole night, and before day the Crusaders prepared, by the light of its flames, to follow up their victory. Ranged in order of battle, they were advancing with precaution and mistrust, when their ears were saluted with supplicating voices that filled the air with lamentations and prayers. Women, children, and old men, preceded by the clergy, bearing crosses and images of saints, came in procession, to throw themselves at the feet of the conquerors. The leaders allowed their hearts to be touched by the cries and entreaties of the sweeping crowd, and a herald at arms was ordered to pass through the ranks, and proclaim the laws of clemency. The soldiers were commanded to spare the lives of the inhabitants, and to respect the honor of women and maidens. The Latin clergy joined their exhortations with those of the leaders of the army, and threatened with the vengeance of the Church all who should abuse victory by outraging humanity. In the meantime the Crusaders advanced amidst the braying of trumpets and the noise of clarions, and their banners were soon planted in the principal quarters of the city. When Boniface entered the palace of Bucolion, which was supposed to be occupied by the Imperial Guard, he was surprised to find a great number of women, of the first families of the empire, whose only defense was their groans and tears. Marguerite, daughter of the King of 132, Hungary, and wife of Isaac, and Agnes, daughter of a King of France, 131, the wife of 2 emperors, threw themselves at the feet of the barons, and implored their mercy. The Marquis of Montferrat respected their misfortunes, and placed them under the protection of a guard. Whilst Boniface occupied the palace of Bucolion, Henry of Connaught took possession of that of La Cherney. These 2 palaces, filled with immense riches, were preserved from pillage, and were exempted from the lamentable scenes which, during several days, desolated the city of Constantinople. 132. The Crusaders, impatient to gather the treasures they had shared beforehand, spread themselves through all the quarters of the capital, and carried off, without pity or consideration, everything that offered itself to their avidity. The houses of the poor citizens were no more respected than the mansions of the rich. The Greeks, plundered of their property, ill-treated by the conquerors, and turned out of their homes, implored the humanity of the counts and barons, and pressed around the Marquis of Montferrat, crying, "Holy King Marquis, have pity upon us." Boniface was touched by their prayers, and indeed ordered to recall the Crusaders to some sentiments of moderation. But the license of the soldiers increased with the sight of booty. The most dissolute and most undisciplined gave the signal, and marched at 133, their head, and their example led on all the rest. The intoxication of victory had no longer any restraint, it was sensible to neither fear nor pity. 133. When the Crusaders discontinued the slaughter, they had recourse to every kind of outrage and violence to plunder the conquered. No spot in Constantinople was free from brutal search. In spite of the frequently repeated prohibitions of the leaders and priests, they respected neither the modesty of women nor the sanctity of churches. Some soldiers and followers of the army plundered the tombs and coffins of the emperors. The body of Justinian, which ages have spared, and which presented itself to their eyes in a fresh and undecayed state, could not repel their sacrilegious hand, or make them respect the peace of the grave. In every temple where a rag of silk shone, or a particle of gold glittered, their greedy fingers were stretched out to clutch them. The altar of the Virgin, which decorated the Church of Saint Sophia, and which was admired as a masterpiece of art, was beaten to pieces, and the veil of the sanctuary was torn to rags. The conquerors played at dice upon the marble tables which represented the apostles, and got drunk out of the cups reserved for divine service. Horses and mules led into the sanctuary, bent beneath the weight of the spoils, and, pierced by sword points, stained with their blood in their order the vestibule of Saint Sophia. A prostitute girl, whom Nicetas calls the follower of demons, the priestess of Thales, mounted the patriarchal pulpit, sang an immodest song, and danced in the church, amidst a crowd of soldiers, as if to insult the ceremonies of religion. The Greeks could not behold these impious scenes without trembling with horror. Nicetas, whilst deploring the misfortunes of the empire and the Greek church, declaims with vehemence against the barbarous race and the Franks. Here, says he, is what was promised by that golden gorget, that haughty bearing, those elevated eyebrows, that closely shaven beard, that hand so ready to shed blood, those 134 nostrils breathing anger, that proud eye, that cruel disposition, that prompt and hurried utterance. 134. The historian of Byzantium reproaches the Crusaders with having surpassed the Saracens in barbarity, and reminds them of the example of the soldiers of Saladin, who, when masters of Jerusalem, neither violated the modesty of matrons and virgins, nor filled the sepulchre of the Saviour with bloody carcasses, nor subjected Christians to fire, sword, hunger, or nakedness. The country on the shores of the Bosphorus offered a no less deplorable spectacle than the capital. Villages, churches, country houses were all devastated and given over to pillage. A distracted crowd covered the roads, and wandered about at hazard, pursued by fear, bending under fatigue, and uttering cries of despair. Senators, patricians, the offspring of a family of emperors, strayed homeless about, covered with rags, seeking for any miserable asylum. When the Church of Saint Sophia was pillaged, the patriarch fled away, imploring the charity of passengers. All the rich fell into indigence, and inspired nothing but contempt. The most illustrious nobility, the highest dignities, the splendor of talents or virtues, possessed nothing to create respect or attract admiration. Misery, like inevitable death, effaced all distinctions, and confounded all ranks. The dregs of the people completed the spoliation of the fugitives, at the same time insulting their misfortunes. A senseless multitude rejoiced at the public evils, applauded the degradation of the noble and the rich, and called these disastrous days, days of justice and equality. Nicetas describes his misfortune and his own deplorable adventures. The house he had inhabited under the reign of the emperors was consumed by the flames of the second conflagration. Having retired with his family to another house, built near the Church of Saint Sophia, he soon found himself in danger in this last asylum, and only owed his safety to devoted friendship and gratitude. A Venetian merchant, whom he had saved from the fury of the Greeks before the flight of Alexius, was desirous, in his turn, of 135, saving his benefactor. He armed himself with a sword and a lance, assumed the dress of a soldier of the cross, and as he spoke the languages of the West, he defended the entrance of the house of Nicetas, saying it was his, the price of his blood, shed in fight. This vigilant sentinel at first repulsed all aggressors, and braved 1,000 perils. A model of fidelity and virtue amidst the horrid disorders that desolated Constantinople. The turbulent crowd of soldiers that filled the streets and penetrated everywhere became indignant that a single house should be thus exempt from their brutal searches. The despairing Venetian at length came to Nicetas, and told him that it was totally out of his power to defend him any longer. "If you remain here," said he, "tomorrow, perhaps, you will be loaded with chains, and your family become a prey to all the violences of the conquerors. Follow me, and I will conduct you out of the gates of Constantinople." Nicetas, with his wife and children, followed the faithful Venetian, their liberator, in armor, marched at their head, and led them as if they were prisoners. This unfortunate family proceeded, filled with fear, meeting at every step soldiers greedy of pillage, who ill-treated the Greeks they plundered, and threatened every woman with insult. Nicetas, and some of his friends who had come to join him, carried their children in their arms, the only wealth that heaven had left them, and offended alone by the pity which their despair and misery inspired.
Stop.
They walked together, placing their wives and daughters in the center, after having advised the youngest to blacken their faces
you.
with earth. In spite of this precaution, the beauty of one young girl attracted the attention of a soldier, and she was borne away from the arms of her father, weighed down by age and infirmities. Nicidas, touched by the tears of the old man, flew after the ravisher, and addressing himself to all the warriors he met, he implored their pity, and conjured them, in the name of heaven, the protector of virtue, in the name of their own families, to snatch a daughter from dishonor, to save their father from despair. The frank warriors were affected by his prayer, and the unfortunate father soon saw his daughter restored to him, the only hope of his exile, the last consolation of his gray hairs. Nicidas 136, and his companions in trouble encountered still further dangers, but at length got safely out of Constantinople by the Golden Gate, happy at being able to quit a country so lately the object of all their affections. The generous Venetian received their blessings, and in return prayed heaven to protect them in their exile. Nicidas, with tears, embraced his liberator, whom he never had the good fortune to see again. Then casting a look upon Constantinople, upon his unhappy country, he addressed to it these touching complaints, which express the griefs of his exile, and which he himself has transmitted to us. 135. O Queen of Cities, what power has been able to separate us from thee? What consolation shall we find on issuing from thy walls, as naked as we issued from the bosom of our mothers? Become the sport of strangers, the companions of wild animals that inhabit the forests. We shall never again visit thy august domes, and can only fly with terror around thee, like sparrows round the spot where their nest has been destroyed. Nicidas arrived with his family at Cylindria, and afterwards retired to Nice, where he employed himself in retracing the history of the misfortunes of his country. Constantinople did not cease to be the theater of the frightful deeds of violence that war brings in its train. Amidst the sanguinary sports of victory, the Latins, to insult the effeminate manners of the Greeks, clothed themselves in long flowing robes, painted of various colors. They fastened to the heads of their horses linen hoods with their silken cords, in which the Orientals dressed themselves. Whilst others paraded the streets carrying in their hands, instead of a sword, some paper and an ink horn, thus ridiculing the conquered, whom they termed scribes and copiers. The Greeks had on all occasions insulted the ignorance of the Latins. The knights, without seeking to retort upon the quiet occupations of peace. With these dispositions 137, it was not likely they should spare the monuments that decorated the public places, the palaces, or the edifices of Byzantium. Constantinople, which to this period had stood erect amidst the ruins of several empires, had collected within its walls the scattered relics of the arts, and was proud to exhibit the masterpieces that had been saved from the destruction of barbarous ages. The bronze, in which breathes the genius of antiquity, was cast into the furnace, and converted into money, to satisfy the greedy soldiers. The heroes and gods of the Nile, those of ancient Greece and of ancient Rome, the masterpieces of Praxiteles, Phidias, and the most celebrated artists, fell beneath the strokes of the conquerors. Nicidas, who deplores the loss of these monuments, has left us a description, from which the history of art may derive some advantage. 136. The historian of Byzantium informs us that in the place of Constantine stood, before the siege, the statue of Juno, and that of Paris offering to Venus the prize of beauty, or the apple of discord. The statue of Juno, which had formerly adorned the temple of the goddess at Samos, was of so colossal a size that when it was destroyed by the Crusaders, 8 harnessed oxen were required to drag the gigantic head to the palace of Bucolium. In the same place was erected an obelisk of a square form, which astonished the spectator by the multitude and variety of the objects it presented to his view. On the sides of this obelisk the artist had represented, in basso-relievo, all sorts of birds saluting the return of the sun, villagers employed in their rustic labors, shepherds playing on their pipes, sheep bleating, lambs bounding on the grass. Further on, a tranquil sea and fishes of 1,000 sorts, some taken alive, others breaking the nets and regaining their deep retreats. At the back of the landscape, naked cupids playing and throwing apples at each other. at the top of the obelisk, 138, which terminated in a pyramidal form, was the figure of a woman that turned with the least breath of air, which was called the Attendant of the Winds. An equestrian statue 137 ornamented the place of Mount Taurus. The horse appeared to throw up the dust with his feet, and outspeed the winds in his course. As the horseman had his arm extended towards the sun, some supposed it to represent Joshua, commanding the Star of Day to stand still on the plains of Gibeon. Others believe the artist meant to describe Bellerophon mounted on Pegasus. 138. A colossal statue of Hercules, 139, attributed to Lysippus, was one of the ornaments of the Hippodrome. The demigod had neither his bow nor his club. He was seated on a bed of osier. 140. His left knee bent, sustained his elbow. His head reclining on his left hand. His pensive looks and air expressing 139, the vexation and sorrow caused by the jealousy of Eurystheus. The shoulders and chest of Hercules were broad, his hair was curled, and his limbs were large and muscular. His leg alone exceeded in height the stature of an ordinary man. The skin of the Nemean lion exhibited over the shoulders of the son of Alameda the erected mane and the head of the animal, which might be fancied still to roar and terrify the passers-by, who stopped to contemplate the statue. Not far from the terrible Hercules was a group of an ass and its driver, which Augustus placed in his colony of Nicopolis, to perpetuate the remembrance of a singular circumstance that had foretold the victory of Actium to him. Near this were the hyena or she-wolf that suckled Romulus and Remus, a monument from the old nations of the West. 141. The Sphinx, with the face of a woman, dragging frightful animals behind her. The crocodile, an inhabitant of the Nile, with its tail covered with horrible scales. A man fighting with a lion. An elephant with a supple trunk. And the Amphixilla, showing before the features of a woman with large breasts and a deformed figure. And behind, such monsters as those that pursued Ulysses and his companions. In the same place was an eagle clutching a serpent in his talons, and bearing it away towards the azure vault. The bronze beautifully exhibited the pain of the reptile, and the haughty fierceness of the bird of Jupiter. When the sun shone on the horizon, the extended wings of the king of the air denoted, by lines skillfully traced, the 12 hours of the day. All who, in that gross age, preserved any taste for the arts, admired the figure of a young woman, her hair plaited on her brow, and gathered into a knot behind, placed upon the column of the circus. This young woman, as if by enchantment, bore in her right hand a horseman, whose horse she 140, held by one foot. The horseman covered with his cuirass, and the spirited, neighing steed, seemed listening to the warlike trumpet, and to breathe nothing but eagerness for the fight. Near the eastern boundary of the circus were represented in bronze, the charioteers who had gained prizes, and whose triumphs, in times gone by, had often divided the empire into two factions. They appeared standing in their chariots, running in lists, pulling and loosening by turns the reins of their coursers, and encouraging them by gesture and voice. Not far from this, upon the basis of stone, were several Egyptian animals, the aspic, the basilisk, and the crocodile, all engaged in mortal combat, an image of the war made by the wicked on each other. The hideous forms of these animals, the rage and pain expressed throughout their bodies, the livid poison which seemed to exhale with their bites, altogether inspired a feeling of disgust and terror. Another masterpiece, made to charm the sight, ought, at least, to have touched and disarmed the conquerors. Among the statues described by Nicetas, none is more conspicuous than a Helen with her charming smile and her voluptuous attitude. A Helen, with perfect regularity of features, her hair floating at the pleasure of the winds, her eyes full of languor, her lips, which even in the bronze were rosy, her arms, of which even the same bronze showed the whiteness. Helen, in short, with all her beauty, and such as she appeared before the old men of Ilium, who were ravished at her presence. Constantinople contained many other splendid objects of art, which preceding ages had admired. Almost all such as were of bronze were condemned to perish, the Crusaders seeing in these monuments nothing but the metal of which they were composed. That which antiquity had judged, says Nicetas, of inestimable value, became, all at once, a common matter. and that which had cost immense sums, was changed by the Latins into pieces of coin of very little value. The statues of marble held out less temptation for the cupidity of the conquerors, and received no other injuries than such as were inseparable from the tumult and disorders of war. The Greeks, who appeared so proud of their knowledge, themselves neglected the fine arts. The sciences of Greece, the profane wisdom of the Academy and the Lyceum, had 141 given place among them to the debates of scholastic theology. They passed by the hippodrome with indifference, and held nothing in reverence but relics and images of saints. These religious treasures, preserved with care in the churches and palaces of Byzantium, had, during several ages, attracted the attention of the Christian world. In the days that followed the conquest, they tempted the pious cupidity of the Crusaders. Whilst the greater part of the warriors bore away the gold, the jewels, the carpets, and the rich stuffs of the East, the more devout of the pilgrims, particularly the ecclesiastics, collected a booty much more innocent and appropriate to the soldiers of Christ. Many braved the prohibitions of their leaders and their superiors, and did not disdain to employ by turns supplications and menaces, stratagem or violence, to procure relics that were the objects of their respect and veneration. Contemporary history relates several examples of this, which serve to make us acquainted with the spirit of the pilgrim conquerors of Byzantium. Martin Litz, abbot of Paris, in the Diocese of Bale, entered into a church that had been given up to pillage, and penetrated, without being observed, into a retired place, where numerous relics were deposited, under the guardianship of a Greek monk. 142. This Greek monk was then at prayers, with his hands raised supplicatingly towards heaven. His old age, his white hairs, his fervent piety, and the grief impressed upon his brow, were calculated to inspire both respect and pity. But Martin, approaching the venerable guardian of the treasures with an angry manner, exclaimed in a threatening tone, "Miserable old man, if thou dost not instantly conduct me to the place where thy relics are hidden, prepare to die on the spot." The monk, terrified by this menace, immediately and tremblingly arose, and pointed to a large iron coffer, into which the pious abbot eagerly plunged both his hands, and seized everything 142 precious that he could grasp. Delighted with this conquest, he ran to conceal his treasures on board a vessel, and contrived, by holy fraud, to keep them for several days from the knowledge of the leaders and prelates of the army, who had strictly ordered the pilgrims to bring to an appointed place all the relics that fell into their hands. Martin Litz, at first, returned to the Christians of Palestine, who had sent him to Constantinople, and, a short time after, came back to Europe, loaded with spoils obtained from the clergy of Byzantium. Among the relics he exhibited on his return, were a piece of the true cross, the bones of St. John the Baptist, and an arm of St. James. The miraculous translation of this treasure is celebrated with much pomp by the monk Gunther, in whom it created more surprise and joy than the conquest of a great empire. If we may credit the account of the German monk, angels descended from heaven to watch over the relics of Martin Litz. On the route of the holy abbot, the tempests of the ocean were silent, pirates were struck motionless, and robbers, those pests of travelers, stopped short, seized with respect and fear. At length Martin Litz was received in triumph at Bale, and the treasures he had preserved through so many perils, were distributed among the principal churches of the diocese. Another priest, named Galland de Dampierre, of the Diocese of Langres, less adroit or less fortunate than Martin Litz, had not been able to obtain any share of the spoils of the churches. He went and threw himself at the feet of the Pope's legate, and implored him, with tears in his eyes, to permit him to carry back to his country the head of St. Mames. A third ecclesiastic of Picardy, having found the head of St. George, and the head of St. John the Baptist, concealed among the ruins, hastened to quit Constantinople, and, laden with such a rich prize, presented to the Cathedral of Amiens, his country, the inestimable relics of which Providence had made him the possessor. The princes and barons did not despise these holy spoils. Dandolo, receiving as his share 143, a piece of the true cross, 143, which the Emperor Constantine was accustomed to have borne before him to battle, made a present of it to the Republic of Venice. Baldwin kept for himself the crown of thorns of Christ, and several other relics found in the palace of Bucolion. He sent Philip Augustus, King of France, a portion of the true cross, a foot in length. Some of the hair of Jesus Christ, when an infant, and the linen in which the man God was involved in the stable in which he was born. The Greek priests and monks, thus plundered by the conquerors, parted with tears from the remains of the saints that had been confided to their keeping, and which every day cured the sick, made the lame to walk, restored sight to the blind, and strength to the paralytic. These holy spoils, that the devotion of the faithful had gathered together from all the countries of the East, went to illustrate the churches of France and Italy, and were received by the Christians of the West as the most glorious trophies of the victories God had enabled the Crusaders to obtain. Constantinople fell into the power of the Latins on the 10th of April, towards the end of Lent. The Marshal of Champagne, after relating some of the scenes we have described, says with great simplicity, thus passed the splendid festivities of Easter. The clergy called the Crusaders to penitence. The voice of religion made itself heard in hearts hardened by victory. The soldiers crowded to the churches they had devastated, and celebrated the sufferings and death of Christ upon the wrecks of his own altars. This solemn epic without doubt inspired some generous sentiments. All the Latins were not deaf to the language of the charity of the gospel. We feel bound here to admit that the greater part of the knights and ecclesiastics protected the liberty and lives of the citizens, and the honor of matrons and virgins. But such was the spirit that then 144 possessed the warriors, that all the Crusaders allowed themselves to be overcome by the thirst for booty. And the leaders, equally with the soldiers, exercised, without hesitation or scruple, the right which their victory had given them of plundering the conquered. It was agreed that all the spoils should be deposited in 3 churches, selected for the purpose. And the leaders commanded the Crusaders to bring, in common, the whole of the booty, and threatened with death and excommunication all who should abstract anything from the prize of the volure, and the recompense due to the labors of the whole army. Many soldiers, and even some knights, allowed themselves to be led away by avarice, and retained valuable objects that fell into their hands. Which, says the Marshal of Champagne, made the lords begin to love them less. The justice of the counts and barons was inflexible towards the guilty. The Count of St. Paul ordered one of his knights, who had withheld something from the common stock of booty, to be hung, with his escutcheon suspended from his neck. 144. Thus the Greeks, plundered by violence, might be present at the punishment of some of the ravishers of their property, and might contemplate with surprise the regulations of stern equity mingled with the disorders of victory and pillage. After the festival of Easter, the Crusaders shared the captured riches. The 4th part of the spoil was set aside for him who should be chosen emperor, and the rest was divided among the French and the Venetians. The French Crusaders, who had conquered Zara, to the sole advantage of the Venetians, were not the less called upon to pay the 50,000 silver marks they owed to the Republic. The amount was deducted beforehand from the portion of the booty that belonged to them. In the division that was made among the warriors of Lombardy, Germany, and France, each knight had a part equal to that of 2 horsemen, and every horseman one equal to that of 2 foot soldiers. All the plunder of the Greeks only yielded 400,000 silver marks. But although this sum far exceeded the revenues of all the kingdoms of the West, it did not by any means represent the value of the riches accumulated in Byzantium. If the princes and barons, upon
Spin
making
the big
themselves
wheel.
masters of the city, had been satisfied with imposing a tribute upon the inhabitants, they might have received a much larger sum. But this pacific manner of obtaining wealth agreed neither with their character nor the humor they were in.
Who do you
History
trust?
asserts that the Venetians, in
I'm
this
giving away free
circumstance,
money.
offered them some very prudent
where's the
advice,
Batman?
and made propositions that were rejected with scorn. The Frank warriors could not condescend to submit the advantages of victory to commercial calculations. The produce of pillage was always, in their eyes, the most worthy fruit of conquest, and the most noble reward of valor. When they had thus shared the rich plunder of the Eastern Empire, the Crusaders gave way to the most extravagant joy, without perceiving that they had committed a great fault in exhausting a country which was about to become their own. They did not reflect that the ruin of the conquered might one day bring on that of the conquerors, and that they might become as poor as the Greeks they had just despoiled. Without regrets, as without foresight, hoping everything from their own good swords, they set about electing a leader who should reign over a people in mourning and a desolated city. The imperial purple had still the same splendor in their eyes, and the throne, though shaken by their arms, was still the object of their ambition. 6 electors were chosen from among the Venetian nobles, and 6 others from among the French ecclesiastics, to give a 146 master to Constantinople. The 12 electors assembled in the palace of Bucolion, and swore, upon the gospel, to crown only merit and virtue. 3 of the principal leaders of the crusade had equal claims to the suffrages of the electors. If the purple was to be the reward of experience, of ability in council, and of services rendered to the cause of the Latins, Henry Dandolo, who had been the moving spirit, the very soul of the enterprise, certainly had the first claim to it. The Marquis of Montferrat, likewise, had titles worthy of great consideration. The Latins had chosen him for their leader, and the Greeks already acknowledged him as their master. His bravery, proved in 1,000 fights, promised a firm and generous support to a throne that must rise from amidst ruins. His prudence and moderation might give the Latins and the people of Greece reason to hope that, when once raised to empire, he would repair the evils of war. The claims of Baldwin to the imperial crown were not less cogent than those of his concurrents. The Count of Flanders was related to the most powerful monarchs of the West, and was descended, in the female line, from Charlemagne. He was much beloved by his soldiers, whose dangers he was always ready to share. He had deservedly obtained the esteem of the Greeks, who, even amidst the disorders of conquest, celebrated him as the champion of chastity and honor. Baldwin was the protector of the weak, the friend of the poor. He loved justice, and had no dread of truth. His youth, which he had already illustrated by brilliant exploits and solid virtues, gave the subjects of the new empire hopes of a long and happy reign. The rank he held among the warriors, his piety, his intelligence, his love of study and learned men, rendered him worthy of ascending the throne of Augustus and Constantine. The electors at first turned their attention towards the venerable Dandolo. But the Republicans of Venice trembled at the idea of seeing an emperor among their fellow citizens. What shall we not have to dread, said they, from a Venetian, become master of Greece, and a part of the East? Shall we be subject to his laws, or will he remain subject to the laws of our country? Under his reign, and under that of his successors, who will assure us that Venice, 147, the Queen of the Seas, will not become one of the cities of this empire. The Venetians, whilst speaking thus, bestow just eulogiums upon the virtue and character of Dandolo. They added that their doge, who was approaching the end of a life filled with great actions, had nothing left him but to finish his days with glory, and that he himself would find it more glorious to be the head of a victorious republic than the sovereign of a conquered nation. What Roman, cried they, would have been willing to lay down the title of citizen of Rome to become king of Carthage? On terminating their speeches, the Venetians conjured the assembly to elect an emperor from among the other leaders of the army. After this, the choice of the electors could only be directed towards the Count of Flanders and the Marquis of Montferrat. The most wise dreading that the one of the two concurrents who should not obtain the empire would be sure to give vent to his dissatisfaction, and would desire the fall of the throne occupied by his rival. They still remembered the violent debates which, in the First Crusade, had followed the election of Godfrey of Bouillon, and the troubles excited in the young kingdom of Jerusalem by the jealous ambition of Raymond de Saint-Gilles. To prevent the effects of such a fatal discord, it was judged best to decree, at once, that the prince that should gain the suffrages for the imperial throne should yield to the other, under the condition of fealty and homage, the property of the island of Candia, and all the lands of the empire situated on the other side of the Bosphorus. After this decision, the assembly turned their whole attention to the election of an emperor. Their choice was for a long time uncertain. The Marquis of Montferrat at first appeared to have the majority of the suffrages. But the Venetians were fearful of seeing upon the throne of Constantinople a prince who had any possessions in the neighborhood of their territories, and represented to the assembly that the election of Baldwin would be much more advantageous to the Crusaders, particularly as it would interest the warlike nations of the Flemings and French in the glory and support of the new empire. The interests and jealousies of policy, and, without doubt, also wisdom and equity, at length united all voices in favor of the Count of Flanders. 148. The Crusaders, assembled before the palace of Bucolion,
Burger.
awaited with impatience the decision of the electors. At the hour of midnight, the Bishop of Soissons came forward under the vestibule, and pronounced, in a loud voice, these words: "This hour of the night, which witnessed the birth of a savior of the world, gives birth to a new empire, under the protection of the Omnipotent. You have for emperor, Baldwin, Count of Flanders and Tenal." Loud cries of joy arose from among the Venetians and the French. The people of Constantinople, who had so often changed masters, received, without repugnance, the new one just given to them, and mingled their acclamations with those of the Latins. Baldwin was elevated upon the buckler, and borne in triumph to the church of Saint Sophia. The Marquis of Montferrat followed in the train of his rival. The generous submission, of which he presented an example, was much admired by his companions in arms, and his presence drew scarcely less attention than the warlike pomp that surrounded the new emperor. The ceremony of the coronation was postponed till the fourth Sunday after Easter. In the meantime, the marriage of the Marquis of Montferrat with Margaret of Hungary, the widow of Isaac, was celebrated with much splendor. Constantinople beheld within its walls the festivities and spectacles of the West, and, for the first time, the Greeks heard in their churches the prayers and hymns of the Latins. On the day appointed for the coronation of the emperor, Baldwin repaired to Saint Sophia, accompanied by the barons and the clergy. Whilst divine service was being performed, the emperor ascended a throne of gold, and received the purple from the hands of the close legate, who performed the functions of patriarch. 2 knights carried before him the latico vici tunica of the Roman consuls, and the imperial sword, once again in the hands of warriors and heroes. The head of the clergy, standing before the altar, pronounced, in the Greek language, these words: "He is worthy of reigning." And all persons present repeated in chorus, "He is worthy. He is worthy." The Crusaders shouting their boisterous acclamations, the knights clad in armor, the crowd of miserable Greeks, the sanctuary despoiled of its ancient ornaments, and decked with Form 149, pomp, presented altogether a spectacle solemn and melancholy, all the evils of war amidst the trophies of victory. Surrounded by the ruins of an empire, reflective spectators could not fail to remark among the ceremonies of this day, that in which, according to the custom of the Greeks, were presented to Baldwin a little vase filled with dust and bones, and a lock of lighted flax, 146, as symbols of the shortness of life and the nothingness of human grandeur. Before the ceremony of his coronation, the new emperor distributed the principal dignities of the empire among his companions in arms. Villehardouin, Marshal of Champagne, obtained the title of Marshal of Romania. The Countess St. Paul, the dignity of Constable. The charges of Master of the Wardrobe, Great Cupbearer and Butler, were given to Canon de Bethune, Macaire de Saint Menehould, and Miles de Brabant. The Doge of Venice, created despot or prince of Romania, had the right of wearing purple buskins, a privilege, among the Greeks, reserved for members of the imperial family. Henry Dandolo represented the Republic of Venice at Constantinople. Half the city was under his dominion and recognized his laws. He raised himself, by the dignity of his character as well as by his exploits, above all the princes and all the nobles of the court of Baldwin. He alone was exempt from paying fealty and homage to the emperor for the lands he was to possess. The barons began to be impatient to share the cities and provinces of the empire. In a council composed of 12 of the patricians of Venice and 12 French knights, all the conquered lands were divided between the two nations. Bithynia, Romania or Thrace, Thessalonica, all Greece from Thermopylae to Cape Sunium, with the larger isles of the archipelago, fell to the share and under the dominion of the French. The Venetians obtained the Cyclades and the Sporades, in the archipelago, the isles and the oriental coast of the Adriatic Gulf, the coasts of the Propontis and the Euxine Sea, the banks of the Hebrus and the Vardas, the cities of Cypsines, Didymatica, and Adrianople, the maritime countries of Thessalonica, and C. Such was at first the distribution of the 150 territories of the empire. But circumstances that could not be foreseen, the diversity of interests, the rivalries of ambition, all the chances of fortune and of war, soon produced great changes in this division of dominions. History would in vain endeavor to follow the conquerors into the provinces allotted to them. It would be more easy to mark the banks of an overflowing torrent, or to trace the path of the storm, than to fix the state of the uncertain and transitory possessions of the conquerors of Byzantium. The lands situated beyond the Bosphorus were erected into a kingdom, and, with the island of Candia, given to the Marquis of Montferrat. Boniface exchanged them for the province of Thessalonica, and sold the island of Candia to the Republic of Venice for 30 pounds weight of gold. The provinces of Asia were abandoned to the Count of Blois, who assumed the title of Duke of Nice and Bithynia. In the distribution of the cities and lands of the empire, every one of the lords and barons had obtained domains proportionate with the rank and services of the new possessor. When they heard speak of so many countries of which they scarcely knew the names, the warriors of the West were astonished at their conquests, and believed that the greater part of the universe was promised to their ambition. In the intoxication of their joy, they declared themselves masters of all the provinces that had formed the empire of Constantine. They cast lots for the countries of the Medes and Parthians, and the kingdoms that were under the domination of the Turks and Saracens. 147. Several barons expressed a great desire to reign at Alexandria. Others disputed for the palace of the sultans of Iconium. Some knights exchanged that which had been assigned to them for new possessions, whilst others complained of their share and demanded an augmentation of territory. With the money 151, which arose from the plunder of the capital, the conquerors purchased the provinces of the empire. They sold, they traded dyes, for whole cities and their inhabitants. Constantinople was during several days a market, in which seas and their islands, nations and their wealth, were trafficked for, in which the Roman world was put up to sale, and found purchasers among the obscure crowd of the Crusaders. Whilst the barons were thus distributing cities and kingdoms, the ambition of the Latin clergy was by no means idle, but was busy in invading the property of the Greek Church. All the churches of Constantinople were divided between the French and the Venetians. They named priests of the two nations to minister in the temples torn from the conquered, and no other religious ceremonies were celebrated within the walls of the city but those of the West. The leaders of the crusade had agreed among themselves that if the Emperor of Constantinople should be chosen from the French, the Patriarch should be a Venetian. According to this convention, which had preceded the conquest, Thomas Morosini 148 was elevated to the chair of Saint Sophia. Priests and Latin bishops were, at the same time, sent into the other conquered cities, and took possession of the wealth and the privileges of the Greek clergy. Thus the Romish worship associated itself with the victories of the Crusaders, and made its empire acknowledged wherever the banners of the conquerors floated. Nothing now opposed the arms of the Crusaders. All trembled before them. Fame wafted everywhere the accounts of their exploits and their power. But, on casting a glance into the future, the leaders had great reason to fear that the retreat or death of their warriors would leave the empire they had founded destitute of defenders. The population, weakened and dispersed, were not sufficient for either the cultivation of the lands or the work of the cities. In this conjuncture, the counts and barons, who always expected with fear the judgments of the head of the church, redoubled 152 their submission to the sovereign pontiff, and sought his support, in the hope that the Holy See would bring the West to pronounce in their favor, and that at the voice of the Father of the Faithful, a great number of French, Italians, and Germans would come to people and defend the new empire. After his coronation, Baldwin wrote to the Pope, to announce to him the extraordinary victories by which it had pleased God to crown the zeal of the soldiers of the cross. The new emperor, who assumed the title of Knight of the Holy See, recalled to the mind of the sovereign pontiff the perfidies and the long rebuild of the Greeks. "We have brought under your laws," said he, "that city, which, in hatred for the Holy See, would scarcely hear the name of the Prince of the Apostles, and did not afford a single church to him who received from the Lord the supremacy over all churches." Baldwin, in his letter, invited the Vicar of Jesus Christ to imitate the example of his predecessors, John, Agapetus, and Leo, who visited in person the Church of Byzantium. To complete the justification of the pilgrims who had made themselves masters of the Greek Empire, the emperor invoked the testimony of all the Christians of the East. "When we entered into this capital," added he, "many inhabitants of the Holy Land, who were there, expressed greater joy than any others, and asserted aloud that we had rendered God a more agreeable service than if we had retaken Jerusalem. The Marquis of Montferrat at the same time addressed a letter to the sovereign pontiff, in which he protested his humble obedience to all the decisions of the Holy See. "As for me," said the King of Thessalonica, "who only took up the cross for the expiation of my sins, and not to obtain an opportunity of sinning with more license under the pretext of religion, I submit myself blindly to your will. If you judge that my presence in Romania may be useful, I will die there, contending against your enemies and those of Christ. If you think, on the contrary, I ought to abandon these rich countries, pay no regard to the wealth or dignities I possess there, I am ready to return to the West. For I am not willing to do anything that will draw upon me the anger of the sovereign judge." 153. The Doge of Venice, who till that time had braved with so much hotness the threats and thunders of the Church, acknowledged the sovereign authority of the Pope, and joined his protestations with those of Baldwin and Boniface. To disarm the anger of Innocent, they represented to him that the conquest of Constantinople had prepared the deliverance of Jerusalem, and boasted of the wealth of the country which the Crusaders had at length brought under the laws of the Holy See.
Stay back.
In all their letters to the Pope or the faithful of the West, the conquerors of Byzantium spoke of the Greek Empire as of a new land of promise, which awaited the servants of God and the soldiers of Christ.
Oh, man.
Innocent
Can't
had been
even
for a
pick my
long time
nose.
irritated by the disobedience of the Crusaders.
You are
In his
so
reply,
annoying.
he reproached with bitterness the victorious army of the Latins for having preferred the riches of the earth to
Can't
those of
pick a
heaven.
man's nose.
149. He reprimanded the leaders for having exposed to the outrages of the soldiers and followers of the army the honor of matrons and maidens, and virgins consecrated to the Lord. For having ruined Constantinople, plundered both great and small, violated the sanctuary, and put forth a sacrilegious hand upon the treasures of the churches. Nevertheless, the Father of the Faithful would not take it upon him to fathom the judgments of God. He was satisfied to believe that the Greeks had been justly punished for their faults, and that the Crusaders were recompensed as the instruments of Providence, as the offenders of divine justice. "Dread," said he, "the anger of the Lord. Hope with fear that he will pardon the past, if you govern the nations with equity. If you are faithful to the Holy See, and, above everything, if you entertain a firm resolution to accomplish your vow for the deliverance of the Holy Land." 154. Notwithstanding this outward show of anger, the sovereign pontiff was gratified to the depths of his heart by the prayers and submission of the heroes and princes whose exploits made the Eastern world tremble. Cardinal Peter of Capua had given absolution to the Venetians excommunicated after the siege of Zara. Innocent at first blamed the indulgence of his legate, but finished by confirming the pardon granted to Dandolo and his compatriots.
Medic.
The Pope approved the election of Baldwin, who took the title of Knight of the Holy See, and consented to recognize an empire to which he was to give life. The more submissive the Crusaders showed themselves to his authority, the more plainly it appeared to him that their conquests must concern the glory of God and that of the vicar of Christ upon earth. He wrote to the bishops of France that God had been willing to console the church by the conversion of heretics, that Providence had humbled the Greeks, an impious, proud, and rebellious people, and again placed the empire in the hands of the Latins, a pious, humble, and submissive nation. The sovereign pontiff embodied, in the name of the Emperor Baldwin, the friends of both sexes and all conditions, to repair degrees to receive lands and riches proportioned to their merit and their quality. He promised the indulgences of the crusade to all the faithful, who, sharing the glory of the Crusaders, should go to defend and promote the prosperity of the new empire of the East. The Pope did not, however, lose sight of the Syrian expedition, and appeared persuaded that succors sent to Constantinople must contribute to the deliverance of the holy places. The King of Jerusalem implored more earnestly than ever, both by letters and ambassadors, the effective protection of the Holy See, as well as that of the princes of the East. The new Emperor of Byzantium did not renounce the hope of assisting the Christian colonies of Syria. And to raise the courage of his brethren of the Holy Land, he sent to Ptolemy the chain of the port and the gates of Constantinople. When these trophies reached Palestine, scarcity, famine, and all the evils of an unfortunate war ravaged both cities and plains. At the news of approaching aid, the people of Ptolemy passed at once from excessive grief and despondency 155, to all the transports of joy. Fame, whilst publishing the miraculous conquests of the companions of Baldwin and Boniface,
that.
carried the hope of safety into all the Christian cities of Syria, and spread terror among the Mussulmans. The Sultan of Damascus had recently concluded a truce with the Christians, and trembled lest it should be broken, when, all at once, he owed his safety to the very event that had caused his alarms. The greater part of the defenders of the Holy Land, who had experienced nothing but the evils of war, became desirous of partaking of the glory and the good fortune of the French and Venetians. They even who had quitted the victorious army at Zara, who had so severely blamed the expedition to Constantinople, believed that the will of God called them to the shores of the Bosphorus, and they abandoned the Holy Land. The legate of the Pope, Peter of Capua, was drawn away by the example of the other crusaders, and went to animate with his presence the zeal of the Latin clergy, who were laboring for the conversion of the Greeks. The Knights of St. John and the Temple also directed their course towards Greece, where glory and rich domains were the reward of the Lord. And the King of Jerusalem was left almost alone at Ptolemy, without means of making the truce he had entered into with the infidels respected. Baldwin warmly welcomed the defenders of the Holy Land, but the joy he experienced at their arrival was much troubled by the intelligence of the death of his wife, Marguerite of Flanders. This princess had embarked in the fleet of John de Nassau, in the belief that she should meet her husband in Palestine. Sinking under the fatigue of a long voyage, and perhaps the pains of disappointment, she fell sick at Ptolemy, and died at the moment she learned that Baldwin had been crowned Emperor of Constantinople. The vessel destined to convey the new empress to the shores of the Bosphorus only brought back her mortal remains. Baldwin, amidst his knights, wept for the loss of the princess he had loved tenderly, and who, by her virtues and the graces of her youth, he had hoped would be the ornament and example of the court of Byzantium. He caused her to be buried with great pomp in the same church in which, but a few 156 days before, he had received the imperial crown. Thus the people of Constantinople witnessed, almost at the same time, the coronation of an emperor and the funeral of an empress. Days of joy and triumph mingled with days of mourning. This contrast of the pageantry of death and the pomps of victory and of a throne, appeared to offer a faithful image of the glory of conquerors, and the future destiny of the empire. The emperor and his barons, with all the support they had received from the east, had scarcely 20,000 men to defend their conquests and restrain the people of the capital and the provinces. The Sultan of Iconium and the King of the Bulgarians had long threatened to invade the lands contiguous to their state, and they thought that the dissensions and subsequent fall of the Greek Empire presented a favorable opportunity for the outbreak of their jealousy and ambition. The nations of Greece were conquered without being subdued. As in the disorder which accompanied the conquest of Byzantium, no other right had been acknowledged but that of force and the sword. All the Greeks, who had still arms in their hands, were desirous of forming a principality or a kingdom. On all sides new states and empires sprang up from the bosom of the ruins, and already threatened that which the Crusaders had so recently established. A grandson of Andronicus founded in a Greek province of Asia Minor the principality of Trebizond. Leoscar, master of the little city of Napoli, had extended his dominions by injustice and violence, and, to employ a comparison offered by Nicidas, he had grown greater, like the torrent that swells in the storm and is enlarged by the waters of the tempest. A barbarous conqueror, a fierce and cruel tyrant, he reigned, or rather he spread terror, over Argos and the Isthmus of Corinth. Michael Angelus Comnenus, employing the arms of treachery, gained the kingdom of Epirus, and subdued to his laws a wild and warlike people. Theodore Lascaris, who, like Ennius, had fled from his burning country, collected some troops in Bithynia, and caused himself to be proclaimed emperor at Nice, whence his family was destined at a future day to return in triumph to Constantinople. 157. If despair had imparted any degree of courage to the two fugitive emperors, they might have obtained a share of their own spoils, and preserved a remnant of power. But they had not profited by the lessons of misfortune. Mirzupho, who had completed all the crimes begun by Alexius, did not hesitate to place himself in the power of his unfortunate rival, whose daughter he had married. The wicked sometimes take upon themselves the duty of punishing one another. Alexius, after having loaded Mirzupho with caresses, inveigled him into his house, and caused his eyes to be put out. In this condition, Mirzufal, abandoned by his followers, for whom he was now nothing but an object of disgust, went to conceal his existence and his misery in Asia. But on his road fell into the hands of the Latins. Being led to Constantinople, and condemned to expiate his crimes by an ignominious death, he was precipitated from the top of a column raised by the Emperor Theodosius in the place of Taurus. The multitude of Greeks that had offered the purple to Mirzufal were present at his tragical end, and appeared terrified at a punishment that was much more new to them than the crimes for which it was inflicted. After the execution, the crowd contemplated with surprise a bas-relievo on the column of Theodosius, 150, which represented a king falling from a very elevated place, and a city stormed by sea. In these times of troubles and calamities, presages were discovered everywhere. Everything, even to marble and stone, appeared to have told of the misfortunes of Constantinople. Nicetas was astonished that such great misfortunes had not been announced by a shower of blood, or some sinister prodigies. The most enlightened Greeks explain the fall of the empire of Constantine by the verses of poets and sibyls, or by the prophecies of the scriptures. The common people read the death of tyrants and their own miseries in the looks of statues, and upon the columns that remained standing in the capital. 158. The perfidy and cruelty of Alexius did not remain long unpunished. The usurper was obliged to wander from city to city, and, not unfrequently, to conceal the imperial purple under the garb of a mendicant. For a considerable time he only owed his safety to the contempt in which he was held by the conquerors. After having long strayed about in a state of destitution, he was given up to the Marquis of Montferrat, who sent him a prisoner into Italy. Escaping thence, he again passed into Asia, and found an asylum with the Sultan of Iconium. Alexius could not be satisfied to live in peace in his retreat, but joined the Turks in an attack upon his son-in-law Lascaris, whom he could not pardon for having saved the wreck of the empire, and reigning over Bithynia. As the Turks were beaten, the fugitive prince fell at length into the hands of the Emperor of Nice, who compelled him to retire to a monastery, where he died, forgotten by both Greeks and Latins. Thus 4 emperors were immolated to ambition and vengeance, a deplorable spectacle, and most worthy of pity. Amidst the convulsions and fall of an empire, we behold princes of the same family quarreling for a phantom of authority, snatch from each other by turns both the scepter and life, surpass the populace in fury, and leave them no crime, no parricide, to commit. If we could believe Nicetas, Alexius was a model of mildness and moderation. He never made a woman put on mourning for her husband, he never caused a citizen to weep for the loss of his fortune. This eulogy of Nicetas throws a far greater light upon the nature of the government than upon the qualities of the monarch. If it be true that we ought to be thankful to despotism for every ill that it has not committed, we must not forget that Alexius only obtained the throne by infamous means, that he did not redeem his parricide by any public virtue, and that the crime of his usurpation gave birth to 1,000 other crimes, brought about a horrible revolution, and caused the ruin of a nation. Nicetas treats Mirzufal with much more severity. But some modern historians, dazzled by a few actions of bravery, have undertaken to justify a prince who sacrificed everything to his ambition. They have not hesitated to point out to us in a cruel, unscrupulous tyrant, a model and a martyr of 159, the patriotic virtues, as if love of country was the same thing as a boundless love of power, and could possibly ally itself with treachery and parricide. Whilst the Greek princes were thus making war against each other, and quarreling for the wrecks of the empire, the French counts and barons quitted the capital to go and take possession of the cities and provinces that had fallen to their share. Many of them were obliged to conquer, sword in hand, the lands that had been assigned to them. The Marquis of Montferrat set out on his march to visit the kingdom of Thessalonica, and receive the homage of his new subjects. The Emperor Baldwin, followed by his brother Henry of Hainaut, and a great number of knights, made a progress through Thrace in Romania, and everywhere on his passage, was saluted by the noisy acclamations of a people always more skillful in nattering their conquerors than in combating their enemies. When he arrived at Adrianople, where he was received in triumph, the new emperor announced his intention of pursuing his march as far as Thessalonica. This unexpected resolution surprised the Marquis of Montferrat, who entertained the desire of going alone to his own kingdom. Boniface promised to be faithful to the emperor, to be always ready to employ his forces against the enemies of the empire. But he feared the presence of Baldwin's army in his cities, already exhausted by war. A serious quarrel broke out between the two princes. The Marquis of Montferrat accused the emperor of wishing to get possession of his states. Baldwin fancied he could perceive in the resistance of Boniface the secret design of denying the sovereignty of the head of the empire. Both loved justice and were not wanting in moderation. But now one had become king of Thessalonica, and the other emperor of Constantinople. They had courtiers, who endeavored to exasperate their quarrel and inflame their animosity. Some told Boniface that Baldwin was entirely in the wrong, and that he abused a power that ought to have been the reward of virtues very different from his. Others reproached the emperor with being too generous to his enemies, and, in the excess of their flattery, said he was guilty of only one fault, and that was of having too long spared an unfaithful vassal. In spite of all the representations of the Marquis of Montferrat, 160, Baldwin led his army into the kingdom of Thessalonica. Boniface considered this obstinacy of the emperor as a flagrant outrage, and swore to take vengeance with his sword. Impelled by passion, he departed suddenly with several knights who had declared in his favor, and got possession of Didymatica, a city belonging to the emperor. The Marquis of Montferrat took with him his wife, Mary of Hungary, the widow of Isaac. And the presence of this princess, with the hopes of keeping up the division among the Latins, drew many Greeks to the banner of Boniface. He declared to them that he fought for their cause, and clothed in the imperial purple a young prince, the son of Isaac and Mary of Hungary. Dragging in his train this phantom of an emperor, around whom the principal inhabitants from all parts of Romania rallied, he resumed the road to Adrianople, and made preparations for besieging that city. Boniface, daily becoming more irritated, would listen to neither the counsels nor the prayers of his companions in arms. And discord was about to cause the blood of the Latins to flow, if the Doge of Venice, the Count of Blois, and the barons that remained at Constantinople, had not earnestly employed their authority and credit to prevent the misfortunes with which the new empire was threatened. Deeply afflicted by what they learned, they sent deputies to the emperor and the Marquis of Montferrat. The Marshal of Champagne, the envoy to Boniface, reproached him, in plain terms, with having forgotten the glory and honor of the Crusaders, of whom he had been the leader, with compromising, to gratify vain pride, the cause of Christ and the safety of the empire, and preparing days of triumph and joy for the Greeks, the Bulgarians, and the Saracens. The Marquis of Montferrat was touched by the reproaches of Villehardouin, who was his friend, and who spoke in the name of all the Crusaders. He promised to put an end to the war, and to submit his quarrel with Baldwin to the judgment of the counts and barons. In the meanwhile Baldwin had taken possession of Thessalonica. As soon as he heard of the hostilities of the Marquis of Montferrat, he hastily marched back to Adrianople. He was brooding over projects of vengeance, and threatening to repel force by force, and oppose war to war, when he met the 161 deputies, who came in the name of the leaders of the crusade, to speak to him of peace, and recall to his heart the sentiments of justice and humanity. A knight of the train of the Count of Blois addressed a speech to the emperor, that Villehardouin has preserved, in which our readers will be pleased, without doubt, to meet with a picture of the noble frankness of the conquerors of Byzantium. "Sire," said he, "the Doge of Venice, the Count Louis of Blois, my very honored lord, and all the barons who are at Constantinople, salute you as their sovereign, and make complaint to God and you against those who, by their evil counsels, have created fatal discords. You did, certes, very wrong to lend an ear to these perfidious counselors, for they are our enemies and yours. You know that the Marquis Boniface has submitted his quarrel to the judgment of the barons. The lords and princes hope that you will do as he has done, and that you will not hold up against justice. They have sworn, and we are charged to declare so in their name, not to suffer any longer the scandal of a war kindled between crusaders." Baldwin did not at first answer the speech, and appeared surprised at such language. But they spoke to him thus in the name of the Doge of Venice, whose old age he respected, and whom he loved tenderly. In the name of the counts and barons, without whose help he could not hope to preserve his empire, and, at length, he listened to the united voices of reason and friendship. He promised to lay down his arms, and repair to Constantinople, to adjust the quarrel between him and the Marquis of Montferrat. On his arrival, the Count and Baron spared neither complaints nor prayers, and they found him docile to all their counsels. The Marquis of Montferrat, who very shortly followed him, entered the capital with a degree of mistrust. He was accompanied by 100 knights, with their men-at-arms. But the welcome he received from Baldwin and the other leaders completely appeased all his resentments and dissipated all his misgivings. From that time the re-establishment of harmony and peace became the sincere object of the Crusaders. The Doge of Venice, the Counts and Barons, was the most respected of the knights, who reminded the masters of the new empire of the redoubtable institution of 162. The peers of the West gave judgment in the quarrel that was submitted to them, and pronounced, without appeal, between the King of Thessalonica and the Emperor of Constantinople. The two princes swore never to listen again to perfidious counsels, and embraced in presence of the army, who rejoiced at the return of concord, as they would have done at a great victory obtained over the enemies of the empire. Great evil might they have done, says Villehardouin, who excited this discord. For if God had not taken pity on the Crusaders, they were in danger of losing their conquests, and Christianity might have perished. As soon as peace was re-established, the knights and barons again quitted the capital to pass through the provinces, and subdue such as were refractory. The Count of Blois, who had obtained Bithynia, sent his knights across the Bosphorus. The troops of the Crusaders gained several advantages over those of Lascaris. Panamenia, Lopada, Nicomedia, and some other cities opened their gates to the conquerors after a feeble resistance. The Latins brought under their dominion all the coasts of the Propontis and the Bosphorus, as far as the ancient Aeolus. Henry of Hainaut was not idle in this new war. Whilst the warriors of the Count of Blois were pushing their conquests towards Nice, he led his men-at-arms into Phrygia, unfurled his triumphant banners in the plains where Troy once stood, fought at the same time both Greeks and Turks, in the fields which had been trod by the armies of Xerxes and Alexander, and took possession of all the country that extends from the Hellespont to Mount Ida. At the same time the Marquis of Montferrat, now the peaceable master of Thessalonica, undertook the conquest of Greece. 151. He advanced into Thessaly, past the chain of mountains of Olympus and Otha, and took possession of Larissa. Boniface and his knights, without fear and without danger, passed through the narrow strait of Thermopylae and penetrated into Boeotia and Attica. They put to flight 163 Leoscur, who was the scourge of the Basque province. And their exploits might have reminded the Greeks of those heroes of the early ages who traveled about the world fighting monsters and subduing tyrants. As all the Greeks, for so long a time oppressed, sighed for a change, the heroes of the Crusades were everywhere received as liberators. Whilst Boniface was becoming possessed of the beautiful countries of Greece, Geoffrey de Villehardouin, nephew of the Marshal of Champagne, established the authority of the Latins in the Peloponnesus. After having driven the troops of Michael Comnenus to the mountains of Epirus, he occupied, without fighting, Caronia and Patras, and met with no resistance except in the canton of Lacedaemonia. The conquered lands and cities were given to the barons, who rendered fealty and homage to the King of Thessalonica and the Emperor of Constantinople. 152. Greece then beheld lords of Argos and Corinth, grand seers of Thebes, dukes of Athens, and princes of Achaia. French knights dictated laws in the city of Agamemnon, in the city of Minerva, 153, in the country of Lycurgus, and in that of Epaminondas. Strange destiny of the warriors of this crusade, who had quitted the west to conquer the city and lands of Jesus Christ, and whom fortune had conducted into places filled with the remembrances of the gods of Homer and the glory of profane antiquity. The Crusaders were not allowed to felicitate themselves long upon their conquests. Possessors of an empire much more difficult to be preserved than invaded, they had not the ability to master fortune, who soon took from them all that victory had bestowed. They
The man is back. I don't know what I even I ain't got. Oh, deathmatch tickets. Oh my goodness gracious me. That's where I'm going. Let me get my book started again.
Bestowed. They exercised their power with violence, and conciliated neither their subjects nor their neighbors. Joannes, king of the Bulgarians, had sent an ambassador to Baldwin, with offers of friendship. Baldwin 164 replied with much hotness, and threatened to compel Joannes to descend from his usurped throne. When despoiling the Greeks of their property, the Crusaders shut out from themselves every source of prosperity, and reduced men to whom they left nothing but life, to despair. To fill up the measure of their imprudence, they received into their armies the Greeks, whom they loaded with contempt, and who became their implacable enemies. Not content with reigning over cities, they were desirous of subjugating hearts to their will, and awakened fanaticism. Unjust persecutions exasperated the minds of the Greek priests, who declaimed with vehemence against tyranny, and who, reduced to misery, were listened to as oracles and revered as martyrs. The new empire of the Latins, into which the feudal laws had been introduced, was divided into 1,000 principalities or lordships, and was nothing but a species of republic, governed with great difficulty. The Venetians had their particular jurisdiction, and the greater part of the cities were regulated by turns by the legislation of Venice and the code of feudalism. The lords and barons had among themselves opposite interests and rivalries, which, every day, were likely to bring on discord and civil war. The Latin ecclesiastics, who had shared the spoils of the Greek Church, did not at all conciliate peace by their example, but carried the scandals of their dissensions even into the sanctuary. It was their constant push and endeavor to exalt the laws and authority of the court of Rome over those of the emperors. Many of them had usurped the fiefs of the barons, and of the fiefs they possessed were exempted from military service. The empire thus became weakened in its natural defenses. The delicious climate and the riches of Greece, with the long sojourn at Constantinople, enervated the courage of the conquerors, and fostered corruption among the soldiers of the cross. The nations in the end ceased to respect the power and the laws of those whose morals and manners they despised. As the Latins had separated, some to go into Greece, and others into Asia Minor, the Greeks, who no longer beheld great armies, and who had sometimes resisted their enemies with advantage, began to fancy that the warriors of the West were not invincible. 165. In their despair, the conquered people resolved to have recourse to arms. And, looking around them to find enemies for the Crusaders, they implored the alliance and protection of the king of the Bulgarians. There was formed a widely extended conspiracy, into which all entered to whom slavery was no longer tolerable. All at once the storm burst forth by the massacre of the Latins. A war cry rose from Montanus to the Hellespont. The Crusaders, dispersed in the various cities and countries, were surprised by a furious and pitiless enemy. The Venetians and French, who guarded Adrianople and Didymatica, were not able to resist the multitude of the Greeks. Some were slaughtered in the streets. Others retired in disorder, and, in their flight, beheld with grief their banners torn down from the towers, and replaced by the standards of the Bulgarians. The roads were covered with fugitive warriors, who found no asylum in a country which lately trembled at the fame of their arms. Every city besieged by the Greeks was ignorant of the fate of the other cities confided to the defense of the Latins. Communications were interrupted.
There you go.
Sinister rumors prevailed in the provinces, which represented the capital in flames, all the cities given up to pillage, and all the armies of the Franks dispersed or annihilated. The old chronicles, whilst speaking of the barbarity of the Greeks, also describe the terror that took possession of some of the barons and knights. This sense of danger appears to have stifled in their hearts every other feeling. In the hour of peril, crusaders abandoned their companions in arms, brothers abandoned brothers. An old knight, Robert de Trilles, who, in spite of his grey hairs, had insisted upon following his son to the crusade, was besieged by the Greeks in Philippolis. The city was surrounded by enemies, and Robert had but slender hopes of safety. Even in such circumstances, his prayers and tears could not prevail upon either his son or his son-in-law to remain with him. Villarduin informs us that these recreant warriors were slain in their flight. For God would not save those who had refused to succor their own father.
Yeah, God was
When the
directly
report of these
behind it. That's what
disasters reached
Villardon said.
Constantinople, Baldwin assembled the counts and barons. It was determined 166 to apply the promptest remedy to so many evils, and to put into action all the energies of the empire to stop the progress of the revolt. The Crusaders, who were engaged in warlike expeditions on the other side of the Bosphorus, received orders to abandon their conquests and to return immediately to the standards of the main army. Baldwin
Ouch.
waited for them several days, but as he was impatient to begin the war, and wished to astonish the enemy by the promptitude of his proceedings, he set out at the head of the knights that remained in the capital, and, 5 days after his departure, appeared before the walls of Adrianople. The leaders of the
Ooh,
crusade,
so.
accustomed to brave all obstacles, were never checked or restrained by the small number of their own soldiers, or the multitude of their enemies. The capital of Thrace, surrounded by impregnable ramparts, was defended by 100,000 Greeks, in whom thirst of vengeance supplied the want of courage. Baldwin mustered scarcely 8,000 men around his banners. The Doge of Venice soon arrived with 8,000 Venetians. The Latin fugitives came from all parts to join this small army. The Crusaders pitched their tents and prepared to lay siege to the city. Their preparations proceeded but
I'm so
slowly,
lonely I
and
could die.
provisions were beginning to fail them, when the report reached them of the march of the King of the Bulgarians. Joannes, the leader of a barbarous people, himself more barbarous than his subjects, was advancing with a formidable army. He concealed his ambitious projects and his desire for vengeance under an appearance of religious zeal, and caused a standard of St. Peter, which he had received from the Pope, to be borne before him. This new ally of the Greeks boasted of being a leader of a holy enterprise, and threatened to exterminate the Franks, whom he accused of having assumed the cross for the purpose of ravaging the provinces and pillaging the cities of Christians. The king of the Bulgarians was preceded in his march by a numerous troop of Tartars and Cumans, whom the hopes of pillage had drawn from the mountains and forests near the banks of the Danube and the Borysthenes. The Cumans, more ferocious than the nations of Mount Haemus, drank, it was said, the blood of their captives, and sacrificed Christians 167 on the altars of their idols. Like the warriors of Scythia, accustomed to fight whilst flying, the Tartar horsemen received orders from Joannes to provoke the enemy, even in their camp, and to endeavor to draw the heavy cavalry of the Franks into an ambuscade. The barons were aware of this danger, and forbade the Crusaders to quit their tents, or go beyond their entrenchments. But such was the character of the French warriors, that prudence, in their eyes, deprived valor
See,
of
you
all
got
its
some squad
luster,
droppers over
and it
here, they
appeared
killing
disgraceful
everybody,
to
and
shun
that's
the
why I
fight in
couldn't
the
get
presence and
killed.
amidst the scoffs of an enemy.
Dr.
Scarcely had the
Bannon
Tartars
killed him.
appeared near the camp, when the sight of them made even the leaders themselves forget the orders they had issued only the night before.
Oh, dang.
The Emperor and the Count of Bleu flew to meet the enemy, put them to flight, and pursued them with ardor for the space of 2 leagues.
That's why I didn't
But
get
all
mine.
at once the Tartars rallied, and in their turn charged the Christians. The latter, who believed they had gained a victory, were obliged to defend themselves in a country with which they were unacquainted. Their squadrons, exhausted by fatigue, were surprised and surrounded by the army of Joannes. Pressed on all sides, they made useless efforts to recover their line of battle, but had no power either to fly or resist the barbarians.
This book, oh my god, this is volume 2. How far is we? 30%? Oh, wow. Hmm. It's awful, but at the same time, okay, I had read, I think when you're younger, at least when I was younger, and I read the chronicles of I guess it's the Fourth Crusade, the life of Saint Louis Villardon and Joinville and stuff like that. I felt like I had really done something, and it definitely, opened my eyes and stuff like that. And even reading that, you think of how awful these guys are. They're like, I mean, at the base level, ignorant people, that go and kill everybody and steal their money or whatever. and completely destroy economies and societies and everything, and just leave devastation. They're like, we got all the booty, right? But if there's like no economy, you can't sell stuff, you can't, there's no food, and it just ends in a fiery cataclysm and stuff. And when you're reading the life of St. Louis, he's like, well, Jesus and God ordained, everything that happens. It's like God and Jesus has ordained and all this stuff. And you're like, this is awful, right? And this guy right here is also French, and he's also pro crusade and pro monarchy and stuff like that. And it's like, if they had just been pious and holy like Jesus, and killed people that thumbed their nose at Jesus and stuff, it would have been okay. But for some strange reason, they gave themselves over to licentiousness. Is killing people because of their religion not a bit of license? Haven't you taken a bit of license when you're doing that? Who said your religion's the only religion? Well, that's what they said. That's what the Crusades were doing. You're not a Catholic? You must die. And if you are a Catholic, you're going to die because we got you in the way, right? So in this crusade, like if you've been following along, they get the Venice, and Venice is like, we got a puppet or something like that on the throne, Alexius, and he's been overthrown. And if you want us to back your crusade, we need you to help us go across the water and reestablish our monarch. And he was really, really hated by the people and never got securely on the throne before he was strangulationalized by Mustafa or Mufaz or whatever the guy's name was. But man, this was like a dang. These are not even Muslims; they're Orthodox. They had not even made it to Jerusalem, buddy. They was staying in Constantinople, across the water from Italy. That's crazy. But it's like, and I have mentioned this before, I had taken a lot of interest in Africa because of various family members or close friends of mine, were very involved in African issues and history and things, and over there and stuff like that. And you get into some areas, and there's the only thing that you have is what the French wrote, or what the Germans wrote, or what the Belgians wrote. And it's still awful what they did, what they continue to do in Africa. But if that's the only thing that's left, you just got to bite the bullet and read it and analyze it. And I take inspiration from the great comedian Randy Rainbow, right? And he said, his grandmama, when he was little, his grandmama would be taking care of him, and she would be watching these fools on TV and steady making comments, right? And that's what he learned, right? And I had that, the guy that played the father role in my formative years or whatever, he would sit on television, look at the fools on TV, and steady make comments, just like. And so I just aspire to be like that. I'm hearing Michaud the Crusades. I just want to satirize and ridiculousize this fool and his idiotic history. But that's, I've hit time, and it's time to get out of here. So until next time, tomorrow, that is, I'm gone. I'm out of here. All right. So thank you very much for tuning in. Please come back.